Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It is the moment that you have all been waiting for, the return of your good friends, the Long-Time Watcher First Time Writer podcast, a watch-along podcast of sorts. I am your longtime writer, King Fats the 95th, joined as always by my wonderful first-time watchers, Action Shakespeare.
Hello.
B-Drops.
Hello.
And the Magical Whale Gopher.
Hello.
It's the second episode. That's right. We're going for one more round again, and as we mentioned at the end of last episode, if you watched that, we get to start off this episode with our impressions from the last three episodes we watched, the first three episodes of the Kamen Rider series, which were, of course, Mysterious Spider-Man, the Terrifying Batman, and Monster Scorpion Man. I want to go ahead and open the floor to anybody with impressions by asking, first and foremost, did anyone actually go back and rewatch the episodes at all?
I did.
You did?
I did, yes.
Okay. Shakes, go for what about y'all?
Oh, absolutely not.
I did not, but
I feel a little bad now.
No. I was going to say, to be fair, I also did not rewatch the episode. The closest I got to rewatching the episode is I listened to the podcast. So I relived the episodes in a sense.
It's like you were there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So vivid. I had rewatched them because I was in the company of someone who wanted to watch them, and I said, I'm down to watch them with you.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
That's always a fun motivator.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Mm.
So what? I'm interested now. What did they think?
Basically the same things as we did. It was really fun to see them react almost on beat to everything I recall us reacting to. I think the big high point in the watch session that we had was the extremely iconic Batman reveals that the serum is in his body, and Hongo just makes the
murder
most
face.
terrifying. Yes, I love the murder face.
Your life is now forfeit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You fool. You should have never told me.
That smile is amazing.
Now Takeshi is gonna let her rip. But see, I'm actually really happy to hear that that's how you re-experience those episodes, because you get it now, huh? Now that you've actually done it, you understand what I was talking about.
Yes, it's really fun.
It's so much fun knowing what's going to happen and just being able to kind of just like look at someone expectantly and be like, oh, I know you're not ready for this shit. So, did anyone have any impressions from the previous three episodes that they wanted to kind of start with? I imagine just based off of what we were saying through the watch, it's going to be a lot of like impressions of the previous three episodes as they compare to these episodes.
Less blood than I was expecting.
In the previous three, or in the current episodes?
Or in this current episode. Are we doing the previous episodes?
Yeah, we're doing the
Okay.
previous episodes impressions, which who knows, maybe we will start moving that back to the end of the to the podcast so that we can compare them.
I think they're both valid. Reflections on the past episodes and then reflections currently on, the episodes we just watched.
Yeah.
The mysterious Spider-Man, as they say, lives rent-free in my mind.
I love that dude.
His little gwip is doing the hands.
Love his funky little
twiddly gwippers.
Yeah, funky little quippers. Love his funky little mouth pincers. I love his little cape.
Oh, it's so good. His little cape.
Saran wrap webbing.
Yep. Everything about the Spider-Man rules. I love his big ass Garfield tracker.
Oh. I kind of have I don't know how in depth I want to get into it, but it just funnily enough, after watching those three episodes with that other person, we were both just like hungry for more, and when I said I can't go ahead because of the podcast, we decided to seek out other ways to scratch the itch, so we ended up turning to the first Super Sentai series, Himitsu Sentai Gorenjas, and I feel like that has been an interesting thing to compare and contrast those series as well, between Kamen Rider and Super Sentai. So far, their techniques have been pretty interesting to compare and contrast.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot of fun to compare Sentai to Kamen Rider, because you expect it's pretty much going to be just like the same thing, but with more people. But they're so different.
Yeah, I feel like it's like a similar concept, and they just sort of like split at a fork in the road
Yeah.
with very different budgets too.
Yeah.
Might I add?
Well, oh gosh, Go Ranger was 2 years after Kamen Rider, so I think that Toei had been kind of an established entity at this point. Let me go hunt down. Yeah. Whoa. Okay. I keep remembering that number incorrectly. I'm sorry. Himitsu Sentai Go Ranger started in 1975, so it's actually 4 years after Kamen Rider. So yeah, I imagine the budgets are vastly different at that point.
Very, very different. From episode 1, it's starkly different. You could see, and I mean this in the kindest way possible. You could see the difference in lengths they had to go through with creativity with Kamen Rider due to the lower budget, with like the cinematography and the choreography and the costuming and their props and everything. And you can tell with Go Ranger immediately, like literally the first 5 minutes is explosion sequences, like buildings are being destroyed and everything. It's a world of difference.
I haven't gone quite as far back as Go Ranger. I think the oldest, not counting the brief moment that that Gopher and I checked out, I think it was like Mask Man or something like that, just to see how Verve was working. I think the oldest I have actually gotten a couple of episodes into is where is it? Die Ranger. Yeah, Gosei Sentai Die Ranger, which was the 1993 to 1994 series. It is
that's the one that became Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, right?
Specifically the second season of Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. So if you remember in Mighty Morphin Power Rangers when they have the Chinese animal Zords, it's that part of that's also where the White Ranger comes from, and why the White Ranger is tiger themed when everyone else is dinosaur themed.
Yeah,
because he's from just a different show.
Yeah,
that's pretty good.
It's very good. It's actually kind of impressive to see how long they really tried to milk out Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, because they take 3 seasons of Sentai, and they use that to make Mighty Morphin Power Rangers.
Wow.
It's 3 whole seasons, 3 totally different themes, and they just make it work somehow. It's kind of impressive.
I mean, American companies were a little familiar with doing that, at least if Robotech was any
jeez
is any inclination of that. You can do it with anime, you might as well do it with the live action series.
Especially because with the live action series, I know a big part of them helping them make the show is that because they had this deal with Toei, they were able to actually get like the suits sent over, and like some of the original guys who did the suit acting sent over as well. So they were able to reshoot stuff here in the US.
Yeah, you can make new sequences every once in a while.
Yeah.
And also just entirely new segments outside of the suits, because you don't need to be from Japan anymore.
Right, exactly.
A lot more versatile.
Yeah. Shakes, Gopher, any impressions for you in regards to the previous 3 episodes? Besides our shared love of Spider-Man?
I mean, does the bubble wrap ceiling count? I know that's such a minor thing, but
it's
goodness.
Like you said, that is one of those things that lives rent-free in my brain. Every time we talked about it, when I did our re-listen of the first episode, I lost my mind thinking about the bubble wrap ceiling. It's so good. But yeah, it's and I imagine we'll get into this more as we go over the synopsis of today's episodes. It's interesting kind of looking at the huge change in budget between those first 3 episodes and then like these episodes that we did, and then I can only imagine for you B as well, then looking ahead 4 years to Himitsu Sentai Go. Yeah, the change in budget at that point.
Yeah, like there's a significant difference even between these episodes that we watched today and Go Ranger, I'm really excited to see where Kamen Rider is going to go. Are the next 3 episodes going to be higher budget too? Oh my gosh.
I hope so.
Maybe,
it's
I
just
hope
like
so.
an
Yeah, I hope
exponential
it's kind of
budget
just
increase.
just a constant escalating scale of budget.
That'd be so cool.
I will say that this was for me, impression-wise, with these first 3 episodes. I found myself spending a lot of time comparing this original series, what I had seen of it, to some of the newer stuff, because I finally got back to watching some of the newer seasons of Kamen Rider that I had been watching that I stopped for whatever reason, and it's very interesting seeing kind of all of the different, like, the stuff that I consider to be a staple of modern Kamen Rider now that is just not there, because I don't think it's been established as kind of like a trope in Japan yet at this time. Just easily off the bat, I can say that more modern Kamen Riders are, and I guess this isn't really an adjective, but also if you're the kind of person who would listen to this podcast, you'll understand what I mean when I say it. Modern Kamen Rider is way more anime, which, I mean, it makes sense when you think about it, but it's kind of interesting seeing something that started as, I feel like this Kamen Rider, original Kamen Rider, is kind of how a series like this would have been done maybe in the US, especially in the 70s for sure. But, even now I feel like, it would be a little more low budget. They would try to rely on, special effects a little bit less, I would hope. And, do a little more character action work with it. And, while that's not gone per se in modern Sentai, or modern Kamen Rider, I should say, just the effects budget being up, the expectations, I think, also being different, because it's got to be able to compete with, at various anime series. They're all kind of trying to capture that same demographics attention, and so they're all kind of sort of competing with each other. The other big thing too that I'm realizing, especially because we made a couple of jokes about it, like this episode and last episode as well, but I'm realizing it's not nearly as blatant as it is in modern series. You can tell that stuff is meant to sell toys more so in modern Kamen Rider, and I don't mean to say that in a bad way. It's something that I actually really like, because when you see them use like a weapon, or like like a mode of transportation, or they get like a special item for an episode, like you can tell, like, hey, that's pretty much what the toy is going to look like. It's just going to be smaller. And with this series, there's not really anything where I could be like, oh, that's the playset. Like, aside from like Kamen Rider and his bike, there's not really, I mean, as much as we made that joke about, like, your playset of shocker combatants comes with 3 shocker combatants. It's definitely not quite as blatant, like, oh, this is the toy.
Yeah. To your point, just saying that this is basically would have been shot the same in the US is, like, I hard agree. Like, stuff like $6 Million Man and all those kinds of weird series of people who were superhuman doing stuff, like, that was a niche that everybody kind of wanted to fill a little bit. So, and it's interesting to think about that. Like, the energy was a little more universal back then. I think the Kamen Rider people definitely had their own flavor of how they wanted to start depicting things, which gave it a very unique voice. Like the way they try to manage their special effects when like enemies die and stuff. Like, I feel like they're just throwing all kinds of stuff at the wall, and it's really interesting.
It's yes, Kamen. You bring up a really good point in that this original Kamen Rider season, as I feel like it should, it really kind of feels like the Wild West of tokusatsu show production, where they're really just kind of like throwing spaghetti at the wall, trying to see what what sticks, what can we do, what can't we do. As much as we joked about, $500 budget, they really might have only had like a couple of $1,000s to make this show or something. And so it's, you can kind of see there's a lot of innovation I guess is kind of what I'm trying to say is there is a lot of innovation in what they do with the series because they are on such a short budget, where they're like, we kind of just have to find a way to make this work and make it good and make it interesting.
I noticed that as well. It's just like, especially with this kind of trend for episodes 4, 5, 6, and now 7, is that they just really were unashamed with trying new stuff. It doesn't matter if it was good or bad. They were just like, let's do it.
Try it. Let's
And
at
so
least give it a
good.
shot. Yeah.
I admire that so much of them just going with it. Very Takeshi Hongo energy.
Yeah.
And also the beloved era of not really having a lot of irony. It's just it's really refreshing.
It
at
really
this point.
is.
Yeah.
Like, it just feels so sincere with how they're making stuff. They're just like, yeah, we got $1,000. Let's do it.
We wanted to make a chameleon man, and we wanted to make him spooky, and we are fully committed to this.
And you know what?
I like it a
they
lot.
did a pretty solid job.
They kind of did.
Yeah.
I honestly, I would say of all of the suits that we've seen so far, Chameleon Man is probably my favorite and probably one of the best.
Oh,
Yeah.
easily. I was noticing, I guess this is still getting a little bit ahead of ourselves, but I was noticing the juxtaposition of between like the Batman and the Chameleon Man suits, whereas the Batman suit is just like, yeah, someone clearly made a mold and like stuck it over someone's face, but the Chameleon suit is an actual like full blown suit,
Right, yeah.
and it's just
Yeah,
it
it
was
is
so
it is
nice.
a Chameleon Man suit. Even the Sarracenian suit as well it's I mean, there's some dude parts that stick out a little bit, not quite as bad as Mantis Man, but
Mantis Man was
I
kind
enjoyed
of
the
weakest.
term.
yeah,
It was
for
fun.
sure, but it was a good time. But yeah, like the Monster Sarracenian suit is actually, it's a pretty solid suit. It's just like, it's a full-on production. It's obviously there are some pieces to it as there should be with a suit like that, but it's certainly not anything to sneeze at. It's better than I could do.
It's already a far cry from like the Spider-Man tracker stuff, and we still got a little bit of that, but it's
Yeah, you can tell with this next set of episodes we're going to cover in this episode here. They've definitely got some money in their pockets this time, and they're using that to kind of go up and off the ramp of like wild shit that they want to do, and I appreciate that. It seems like they really kind of like went to Ishii Niomori. He had this really insane vision for what the show could be, and they were like, okay, let's try it. And when the first 3 episodes got okayed and they got like some actual money in their pockets to start doing stuff, they were like, all right, let's start doing stuff.
it sounded like you had something to say, B?
I was just thinking other thoughts that I had in reflection to the first 3 episodes. I know we talked a little bit about it, mostly just based on our shock. But regarding like how extremely violent the first 3 episodes were, I was just thinking it's interesting to see. I think we touched on this a little before, but the way this show, just in its era, was able to portray explicit Nazi-tied fascists as irredeemable bad people, whom the main character could just kill and not try to redeem or befriend or try to understand in any capacity. And it's weirdly refreshing in our modern era of all villains being treated as very complex and redeemable, befriendable people regardless of the things that they've done. And I'm not saying that those kind of narratives don't have any merit, but there's a part of me that gets a little tired when people who are like on the level of Shocker end up being befriended at the end of the show. So I don't know, it's weirdly refreshing to come back to this level of simplicity to where we see like tyrannical people being told, "No, you suck," and
Yeah.
that's the end of it.
Yeah, no, I can
And
definitely
then they fight.
I can definitely see where you're coming from, because I'm actually, as I had mentioned, I'm going back on one of the more modern series that I am that I was watching, and we are actually now at that point in that series where like the bad guy has shown up. So some of the modern series have kind of done that sort of thing a couple of times, where maybe if it's not the entire of whoever like the enemy forces or like the enemy generals are, there's maybe one or two guys that, you know, the protagonist will maybe try to sway them a little bit, or be like, hey, I understand why you're doing the things that you're doing, and I know that you think that you have to do them with these group, but like you don't, and you can live out your own dreams and met out your own justice, and you're not necessarily a bad person for having the wants that you want. And as much as I appreciate that, I also do appreciate that because they kind of establish that that is something that they want to do in these seasons, they always make sure that at some point in time, the bad guy is going to show up. And he's just like, you can tell he's the bad guy because not only is he like shitty to humanity that he is trying to destroy, but he's also shitty to his subordinates too. And some of them are just like okay with it for whatever reasons.
The bad man.
Yeah, he's like
benefits
he's
must
like
be really
this
good.
is the
Man.
irredeemable bad guy. Like this guy is doing some really shitty stuff, and we're gonna stop him. And maybe one of the bad guys is gonna help us do it, and that's kind of fun. But you know, it is interesting, kind of contrasting that. You know, I've had a couple of seasons at this point I've seen where there's this like, let's take a bad guy, let's convert him to help us, because you know the actual bad guy is doing something that's detrimental to everyone. It's interesting. I guess it's kind of nice to see a season where it's just like, look, none of these bad guys are getting redeemed because they're bad people. They're Nazis and we're killing them, and that's the end of the story. Well, before we go ahead and cut away from impressions, I did just want to go ahead and follow up with, especially since B touched on it, and I myself as well a little bit. Has this kind of caused anyone else to go search out any other Kamen Rider or Tokusatsu kind of content? Have you found yourself, you know, maybe trying to look into other series to watch, or other shows to watch, or other seasons to watch, or are you maybe still trying to keep it all kind of a secret to yourself for, you know, for the podcast?
See, I'm very tempted to keep it a secret to myself, just to be completely blind in the way in the methods that they use and everything like that. But after these sets of episodes, I know B has linked the original. What was it again? The Go Ranger?
Himitsu Sentai Go Ranger.
Oh, Go Ranger, yeah.
Yeah.
I know you linked the original of those to us, and I'm really tempted to give it a watch too, because, gosh, these episodes were just so good.
Yeah, I definitely, I've been meaning to watch more Sentai as well. I've actually got a Sentai series that I was watching at one point as well, that I want to kind of go back to and finish, and then start trying to get caught up on some of the modern Sentai. But I also want to start going back towards the old Sentai as well. And so when you said that you'd started watching that and you sent us a link, I was like, ooh, I might dive headfirst into the well that is Himitsu Sentai. But I know I'm gonna at least wait until I am caught up with Kamen Rider, because I'm almost done with this one series I went back to, and then there's another series that is currently running. So I'm going to try and get caught up on that. And then once I'm caught up with that, I might start watching Go Ranger.
Yeah, I'm pretty much in the same boat of hearing B talk about Grim Reaper and really wanting to get into it. And find an
I promise
opportunity
you,
to watch it.
it's very good. I've really been enjoying it. It has been scratching my itch that I get in the 2 weeks between recording sessions that we have. So if you're also getting that itch of just like, ooh, I want to watch more Kamen Rider, but I don't want to spoil a future series for myself, then I highly recommend it.
And
I will do my best.
I will say as well, as much as Himitsu Sentai Go Ranger is also going to help with that, I will say, I know I posted one at one point that had some of the Heisei era stuff, but just going on YouTube and finding those long compilations that are just all of the openings to like Kamen Rider or Sentai, I think they're a great way to, one, they scratch the itch a little bit. Two, they help you build a little bit of interest because you get to see them for the first time and be like, whoa, who's that? What's going on with that? Why does this look the way it does? And, three, obviously there's going to be some spoilers because they have to like show characters and like vaguely explain the plot and the opening and stuff like that. But other than that, you're usually not getting, one, you're not getting spoiled too much, and two, you are not getting spoiled on anything like majorly important, especially as long as you're making sure that they're keeping to like whatever the very first opening for that season was, because obviously, as I mentioned, with Kamen Rider starting to become more and more anime, sometimes the openings will change to match what's happened in the series. But I mean, you gotta have time for them, especially if you do some of the Sentai ones, because the Sentai folk are pretty thorough, and so you might have yourself in front of a 45 minutes to like an hour long video because it's every opening since 1975. But it's great music, it's awesome visuals, it's just a lot of fun. I'd highly recommend it, both for members of the podcast and anyone listening.
I at least want to save the Kamen Rider openings because I want to see that art evolution for myself in like what impacts it.
That's fair.
But Sentai stuff I should probably check out.
Yeah, go check out the Sentai openings. They're a lot of fun. I know I tweeted out the one of the openings I'm actually very partial to, the Taiyo Sentai Sun Vulcan opening. I tweeted that out on the podcast Twitter at B one morning because they said they were not feeling well. So you can go hunt down that tweet, check out that opening, have it lead you to other openings. Go have a good time with the kids.
Go have a good time. Speaking of having a good time, are we finished with the reflections?
Yeah, I think we are done with our reflections, and I think we are ready to get into the podcast proper. Okay. Going ahead and just putting a little warning up top, as we have kind of slightly alluded to previously here in the recording, and as you may have seen as well if you kept your eyes on the Twitter, we found ourselves in a situation where if we had done our normal 3-episode batch, we would have been ending on a cliffhanger, specifically because the episode Grim Reaper Chameleon has a second part to it. Grim Reaper Chameleon Showdown at the Old World's Fair. So we went ahead and did a 4-episode run for this particular watch session. We are going to be going back to the standard 3-episode format next recording session. So in 2 weeks' time, we will be going back to the old 3-episode format when we do Strange as This Bee Woman, the Terrifying Cobra Man, and the Revived Cobra Man. But just so you are aware, for this session and any other future sessions where we may potentially end on a cliffhanger, if we only do 3 episodes, we may extend it out by an episode, or I suppose if we ever find ourselves in a situation where we would have to, too. Unless this ends up working better for us as a whole, and then we might just switch to 4 episodes. Who knows? We'll see.
Stay tuned.
Yeah.
Stay tuned and find out. We will announce any of those changes and decisions.
Yeah, as always, kind of playing it by ear. We gotta roll with the punches, figure out what works best. But we will make sure that we keep you updated as well as we can in regards to the situation.
On our Twitter at First Red Pod.
Yes, yeah. Check us out on the Twitter. Obviously, we'll get into all of that later on. But let's just get right into it. Let's get into those plot synopses. Oh, go ahead, B.
Before that, though, one new segment that we were planning to add to the end of the recap of the previous episodes is
yes,
a
thank you.
special little segment. Yes, I have volunteered myself as the official Kamen Rider kill counter. So I have witnessed so much blood and gore and death and horrible atrocities in these past 3 episodes, and I'm here to recap them to you very quickly, just keeping tabs on the score, as it were. So, we are clocking in the first 3 episodes with a 11 kill count for Kamen Rider. Kamen Rider has killed 11 people on screen.
In 3 episodes.
In 3 episodes, if I should have prefaced with this, I want to say this explicitly. We are only counting explicit on-screen kills. So, for instance, if Kamen Rider enters combat with 7 people, and we see him explicitly kill 3 people, and the other 4 never show up again, we are not presuming them to be murdered. We are only counting the 3 people who died on screen. So, Kamen Rider has killed 3 people in the first 3 episodes. Shocker has killed a total of 16 people.
Wait, 3 or
coming into the
11?
lead.
It's 11 people in the first 3 episodes.
But...
Yes,
Okay.
it is a... Kamen Rider has killed 11 people in the first 3 episodes, and Shocker has killed a grand total of 16 people in the first 3 episodes, leading their faction 4 ahead of our incredible Takeshi Hongo, and that brings us to a grand total of 27 total deaths in the first 3 episodes of Kamen Rider.
So much bloodshed. That's
There's
how
so
they
much.
wanted to
It's
fucking
almost 10
sell.
on average.
Wanted to sell their show. They were like, we'll get them with the gore. Kids love gore.
Yeah, a little bit.
To which I now wonder, as we go into our episodes, if maybe somebody told them to stop.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it definitely seems like they were like, we'll give you money if you stop murdering people.
Perhaps the "this is a show for kids" sentiment started here.
Yeah, a little bit. So let's go ahead and dive into the now slightly more family friendly episodes of Kamen Rider, where they got the big bucks now and they are able to do some better special effects. Starting with Kamen Rider episode 4, the Man-Eating Sarracenian. Ugh. I am always gonna have trouble with that pronunciation.
I'm still not sure.
Sarracenian, I believe?
Yeah, I think it's Sarracenian.
I believe you.
So we as we did previously, we're gonna go ahead and go in through the plot synopsis, and here we go. A girl, Yuki, is visiting the botanical gardens with her little brother Kenji when the huge King Sarracenia plant suddenly transforms into a humanoid monster. The creature immediately kidnaps Yuki, dragging the young woman underground with its vines as the boy looks on in horror is not what I would call it. The plot synopsis says the
Mild
boy looks on in
discomfort.
horror, but I don't know if I'd use those words.
One-chan.
One-chan,
stop.
one-chan. I need to establish this up top. We can't spend too long dunking on this kid for his bad acting. It was a child actor in the 70s. I'm like,
I don't know what you're talking about. He was the best actor in the entire series. so
oh,
far.
you're right. I'm
You-
sorry. Never
You
mind.
didn't believe he was actually crying?
Yeah, that definitely wasn't an ADR to loop.
It really pulled on my heartstrings.
It's so fucking stiff and emotionless.
Oh, I kept moving on. I'm sorry.
I apologize to our listeners and to our editor the most for having to deal with that shit, but also like
That one's for the people who didn't watch the episode.
Yeah, that's-
we
that's-
just want to immerse you.
immerse you.
Into what we
we
heard.
want you to understand what the backing track for the episode was. Usually it's like this nice jazzy kind of trumpet thing, but this time it was So we start the episode at Klezmer Funland, I guess, because I still
Yeah.
things I do not understand about this episode. What is this amusement park? Why are we here? Why are they playing klezmer music?
Because that's where the botanical garden is.
Why does this amusement park have a
Orange Reef.
botanical garden?
The flower orangery.
Yeah, the flower
which I looked
orangery.
up. I looked it up during the break before we started recording. I think it's just a translation error. An orangery is like specifically a greenhouse when you grow oranges
Okay.
That makes a lot more sense.
or fruit trees. So,
Okay, so that's
they're saying
almost definitely
Yeah.
a translation error.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I like the name better. I like flower orangery. Yeah, you know orangery.
It's-
It's like that, but
yeah.
for flowers.
It sounds
Yeah.
fancy. Yeah.
It does sound very fancy.
So yeah,
The first thing we must understand about Yuki as we enter the flower orangery is this bitch hates plants.
She
She
does.
just hates
Yeah.
them.
She's like, look, hey yo,
Her
Ken,
stance is made very clear.
yo Kenji, let me lay some facts down on you right now. Plants, boring AF. They suck and I
Sometimes
hate
scary.
them. Yeah,
Yo,
except for the
these
ones
are
that
these
just
are
creep me
scary
out.
plants.
Creepy and nasty. And Kenji's just like, wow, One-chan, you suck. What's this? And then they walk over to the
That's
King
really how it
Saracenian.
worked.
They walk over to the King Saracenian, and she's like, oh, well, actually, this is the King Saracenian.
It's the king
And she starts-
plant. It's very dangerous. It's one of the only two carnivorous plants in the world. And it's actually based out of North America.
And Kenji just doesn't care. Like the moment she stops speaking, he's already
Doesn't
walking
give
away,
a
and he's like, oh, okay.
shit. It's
He
like,
just-
why did you even ask, kid?
I think he walks away mid-explanation. She goes like, "Oh yeah, I guess I can talk," and she like pulls out her little book, and he's just already walking.
I
He's
away.
like,
think-
so, and he leaves.
I think the wild thing too is we started the amusement park, right? We zoom in on the orangery. Kenji and Yuki are there. Yuki's are like, plants suck, I hate them. And Kenji is like, I don't care what you're talking about, One-san. What's this plant? And she's just like, oh, Ken, you rapscallion, you. Like, why is that her response to him just being like, I'm gonna no-sell the words that you're telling me right now. I demand you to explain me this plant, but I'm not gonna stay long enough to listen. It's their
They just
whole
know each other too well.
yeah, their whole relationship
she knows
is
his
very
game.
strange.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, I guess it makes sense, as we will discover later on in the episode. But yeah, so she's like, hey, this is the King Sarracenia plant. It's a pitcher carnivorous plant. And Kenji's like, I don't care, goodbye. And I guess that gives Man-Eater Sarracenian the opening that he needs to turn into a dude and kidnap Yuki.
And can we just appreciate how he turned into a dude?
Of course.
Yes.
Just violently shakes the plant and then he fades into existence.
Yeah.
And it's just so wonderful.
And he's just like, he just grabs her and pulls
here
her
now.
down the hole like it's Journey to Hell or something. Just, yeah, you're coming with me. Swoop.
My notes read, just become man.
Yeah. Simply embrace
Just
man
become
and you will
man.
become
It's
it.
easy.
If I
Just
were a
become
man-eating
man.
Sarracenian, I would simply become a man.
Yeah.
Yeah. Rip to
why
you
he's the
guys, but
king.
I'm different.
So we get, I think, okay, yeah, this will, this leads us right into the next part of the synopsis, so that's good. Later, Hiromi and Rurikyo, yeah, there we go. Woo, had to remember how to
Wait,
pronounce
that's the
that
friend's name?
name. Yeah, we have the friend's name.
Hiromi?
Apparently her name is Hiromi.
Hey.
I think we had that in previous episodes and we just didn't remember
just
because we
forgot.
didn't
Yeah.
care because she's not plot relevant, except for when she is. Anyway, later, Hiromi and Rurikyo discover Kenji wandering the greenhouse grounds in tears. That's not what happens. Anyway, unable to persuade the employees to take the boy seriously, Rurikyo takes him to Takeshi, who immediately suspects the involvement of Shocker. Troubled, Takeshi and the group escort the crying boy home. This reads a lot into the lines of what is actually shown on screen.
A little.
Yeah, could we go into what actually happened explicitly during this time?
Yeah, let us go explicitly into what happens during these scenes. So, Hiromi and Rurikyo have been at this amusement park, and they're like, we're going to go to the flower orangery. We're going to get some flower oranges. It's going to be delicious. And as they are going down the stairs to get to the flower orangery, they pass the A Wonder, Kenji, who is just ending up a storm, pretending to cry. Yeah. hands all up in those eyes because he's doing so many real tears. And they're like, "What's wrong, little boy?" And he's like, "My sister got eaten by a plant." And then they just immediately take him to Cafe Amigo or Shop Amigo or Snack Amigo or whatever the hell it's called. And Takeshi's like, "Well, why didn't you ask the park staff about this?" Which is reasonable. And Rurukyo's explanation for that is, well, what he was saying was so wild, I didn't think they'd believe him. Which, like, kind of sounds like you don't believe him either, Rurukyo.
But also kind of fair.
Yeah, like, I'm willing to
yeah.
cut her the benefit of the doubt on that one. But also, like, when you phrase it like that, it sounds less like Takeshi will know what to do, and more like, man, I'm gonna fucking send Takeshi on a goose chase. He's gonna have to try and hunt down this girl, thinking that Shocker's behind it. It's gonna be so funny, Hiromi. Well,
See, it's okay though, because they immediately validate her claim as Takeshi recalls that 6 people have gone missing.
all right, yeah, that's the other thing.
Right?
Yeah.
Is apparently no one but Takeshi
Presumed
seems to
dead.
know that 6 other people have been kidnapped around this greenhouse. Right? You would think at person number 7 the park employees would be like, yeah, all right, maybe there's something to this. Maybe we should check.
Maybe we should
in
close
and-
it.
Yeah, or maybe we should close it. Yeah, maybe. Hey, you can't go into the greenhouse. People keep getting kidnapped. But no. So
Better call Takeshi. And I think was it Tachibana?
yes.
I think also just immediately goes, fucking whatever.
Yep.
Like, him and the waiter who is now a main character.
Yeah, we guess so. I don't think we learned his name
Shiro.
this episode, but yeah, his name is Shiro.
Who just goes
Love
like,
him.
wow, that sounds stupid, and gets back to work.
Yeah.
That's pretty
I
wild.
love it. I love him.
Yep.
As someone who did that a lot, just saying something sounds stupid and then getting back to work, it's very relatable.
Yeah.
No, yeah, I fully understand. He's like the most reasonable person in the room if it weren't for the fact that cyborgs are real.
I believe they glossed over the next part of this conversation if it just hasn't been reached in the synopsis yet. But while they're still there, at the tail end of this conversation, I believe Hongo is the one who brings up, it was Hongo or Ruriko, they ask Kenji about his mom, and he's like, I don't have a mom!
Yes, that's
and then they're
right.
like, oh,
Yeah.
you're dead? I don't have a dad!
Yeah,
He's dead!
fucking Rurukyo tries to like calm Kenji down, and she's like, "Why don't you go home? And I'm sure your sister will turn up." And specifically, what she says is, "I'm sure your mother is worried sick about you." And he goes,
Yes,
"I
that
don't
was it.
have a mom." And
Aw.
Yeah,
And
his
protagonist
syndrome starts
yep,
showing.
and then she
Yeah.
goes, "What about your dad?" And he goes, "Dad's dead." So
It's
essentially,
so
this kid is
tragic.
about 10 years away from being a D&D character. He's going to start his
Yeah,
adventure
essentially.
because he's got nothing else to do. He's got to provide for his sister.
For whatever reason, they decided to make the stakes for the sister really high. Like, oh, we can't just care about her for her own sake as a kidnapped person. We have to.
She has to
we
also
have to
be
make
this
sure that
child's
everybody-
only caretaker.
Yeah, her
Yeah, like
soul
they both have this
contact.
tragic backstory of not having any parents, and she like takes care of him as his guardian. And it's,
They don't even give
It's
him
so
like a
much.
grandma or a grandma to go home to, or like any aunts and uncles. It's like not the
No.
only person in this whole world that this little boy has is his big sister, and now Kamen Rider,
Yeah,
because Kamen Rider
His
is the
friend
friend of the
Kamen
children.
yeah, Kamen Rider's
Sure.
So they take him home.
Yes,
right?
yeah, that'll lead us into our
To
next
his
part
home.
of the synopsis. Finding Yuki's apartment empty. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I read that line and then remembered how it looked in video. We're gonna talk about that in a second, but finding Yuki's apartment empty, Takeshi clasps Kenji's hands and pledges to find his sister, but his heartfelt promise backfires when his enhanced strength bruises the boy's fingers. Struck by the horror of Shaka's alterations to his body, Takeshi storms out but is filled with renewed purpose. once Kenji offers up his treasured model airplane as a sign of faith in Takeshi's promise.
Oh man,
I forgot how much
God.
good shit is in the scene. So
it's really packed in.
we got to.
Hongo, you cyborg freak.
He raises up his hands.
The pathos is so real.
I can't even console
angst.
a crying child. What have these monsters,
Yeah.
Shocker, done to me?
I just like almost verbatim what he monologues inside his head after he just crushes this boy's
Yeah,
little
I
hand.
don't remember the entire thing, but I definitely made sure to remember I can't even console a crying child.
It's heavy shit.
It's
Like,
really
that's
fucked
really,
up.
It's still so surprisingly heavy for a show like this that he just has these moments of like, oh my god, I'm a monster and cannot interact with humans.
These episodes actually did have a couple of these episodes. They were really
They
wanting
made
to
sure
lean
do it
into the
once per episode.
transhumanism. Yeah, they really got to remind you that he's a cyborg freak and he's not normal. So you only got a 25% chance at best to beat him.
No.
But I really wanted to start with the opening because it's that very first line, finding Yuki's apartment empty. Because it is the scene of the little boy running into the apartment and calling for his big sister, and then seeing she's not there and like angrily throwing his hat on the ground, and then sitting down and picking it up and covering his face with it. It's so. It's one of those things that in context it doesn't sound funny, but then when you actually see it in motion, because he's like, he's like a child actor who's still learning how to do certain emotions, and he hasn't really figured out sadness so great yet, but he's super good at anger.
It's really
He's
great.
so fucking pissed that his sister isn't
think-
home.
Some of it is also just like the level of like sadness of this situation just kind of loops back into being a little funny.
Yeah, I mean, this
It's
is
just
like
so tragic.
it's so tragic. This is absolutely a
Oh,
case of
right.
something
You're
that's
not
just
here anymore.
so tragic it's funny. And yeah, there's the picture of there's the picture of Kenji and his sister on top of like one of their I think it's actually on top of like the family shrine that they have, right? And Takeshi looks at it and he monologues about like, this girl is all he has in the world. This poor little boy, he's got nobody else to care for him, and now his sister has gone missing. I have to find her. I have to do it. It's so tragic. It's painfully tragic.
I cannot hold him in my arms, but I can save his sister.
Yeah, exactly. I think that might have been a verbatim line. And I appreciate that this plot synopsis offers a kinder spin to the situation, because I definitely, as you guys can attest to with the comment that I made when I saw it, I assumed that Kenji offering him the model airplane was just like a deal or something. I thought Kenji was being like, look, you weird freak, you broke my hands, but I'll give you my prized model plane if you find my sister. This is an equivalent exchange. I've watched Full Metal Alchemist. This model plane is the most important thing in the world to me, except for my sister, so that means they are equal in value. Go, you may have the plane, you must return to me the sister. I await your response.
I very much just interpreted it as that little kid's logic of like, you know, I'll give you something if you do this thing for me, please. I can't do it.
Yeah, I guess that's fair. Yeah, little kids are they can understand that much at the very least. So yeah, I could see it coming into that sort of. It's funny.
Children understand trade and bartering.
I'm very small and have no money, so you can imagine the kind of stress I'm
I'm very small and I have no money or parents or sister now, so you can
Or
imagine
sister.
and this fucking cyborg freak ruined my hands, so you can imagine the kind of stress I'm under. Poor Kenji, he's having a rough day, having a rough couple of days. We will
life.
go ahead and go forward with the synopsis here. At the greenhouse, Takeshi finds no sign of Yuki or the monstrous plant, but his search is soon interrupted by knife-wielding shocker goons. Narrowly blocking a knife throw with Kenji's model plane, Takeshi is forced to pursue the escaping troopers by bike. After transforming into the Kamen Rider, Takeshi catches up with the baddies and handily defeats them, managing to capture one for interrogation. So this was one of our fight scenes for the episode.
Not 2 minutes after he gets that plane.
Does he
use
break
it for self-defense and break it?
If I could mention, like, I feel like normally in, like, a modern show, the more, like, significant, meaningful thing that most people would go for would be having the protagonist take the hit to protect the plane, because the plane is now representative of their promise.
Right.
But Takeshi Hongo, the absolute mad lad that he is, practical thinker, gets the plane that symbolizes his promise with this tiny little orphaned child, and he just breaks it immediately.
I mean, I understand what they were going for with that, because it was like, oh, the powers of this child's promise has protected Hongo. It has, given him the will to succeed in this endeavor. But yeah, it's so wild that instead of trying to protect the plane at all, he's just like, well, this is garbage. Knife block. And now you shocker
so
goons
good.
will die.
Yeah. To which we're getting into the fight now, I guess.
Yeah, because we have to
does
chase
his
them on the
classic
bike
move
for like a while.
Chasing him on a bike and then jumping around to block the car. But
After
first he
getting
does a
nerve
sweet
gas.
ramp.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, shit. Sorry,
There's the nerve gas.
Oh right, the nerve gas. Because
Just comes out of nowhere.
as one should have
Never comes
expected,
back.
Shocker only equips themselves with wacky racers cars, so they had
Yeah.
they had a fucking speed racer-esque button in there, I guess, that emits nerve gas out the back of. I shouldn't have said that, because now I'm imagining he's going over that cliff, but with Kamen Rider. He's going over that cliff. Ah!
I just
one of the best videos.
like I thought it was
so good.
like car exhaust,
looks-
but then they kept making a thing about it.
It looks like
Yeah.
It's
it's
like
car
no, it's nerve
exhaust.
gas.
It was green, and
Yeah, they hit him with the poo gas and
they stop.
and it barely troubles him whatsoever.
But it does force
yeah,
him to
he was
turn
just
into
like-
Kamen Rider.
Yeah, he lets him pull back a little and then just rev up some speed so he can get his little belt fan going.
Yeah, get
Oh no,
get the
nerve
little
gas
windmill
better
in there
become a bug
spinning.
cyborg.
To be fair, Kamen Rider does wear a helmet, so it's practical. Oh, they're gonna try and nerve gas me. Well, what if I put on my gas mask, you dicks?
We are at the point where it's probably better to talk about it later once it's explicitly said, but is it really a helmet?
Right.
It's kind of a helmet.
Who knows
Is
anymore?
it his skin?
We're not sure. Look, it's more
It is
explicit in other series in later seasons when it's like more. This is stuff like this is kind of why I wanted to start with some of the Heisei era stuff, because it's a little more established at this point. We understand.
This
We
is
know
what
what's
makes it
going
so
on
good,
here.
though.
This is
I
1971. It
thrive
was
for
the
chaos
Wild
of
West.
1971.
Yeah, we didn't know shit
enjoy
from
it.
fuck. We had no idea what's going on. We don't know where the belt
He just-
ever is. It just
He
shows
just
up.
become Karate Bugman.
He just becomes karate.
He just
Bugman.
yeah. If
Become man.
if I were a Kamen Rider, I would simply become Karate Bug Man. Rip to you, but I'm different.
It goes back to
Because-
what we were saying of just they didn't really know what they were doing, so they just did everything, and it's just
Yeah.
so wonderful. I
It's-
love it.
It's really good. Yeah, absolutely spaghetti powered. Just throwing the noodles at the wall, trying to figure it out. What is he? Well, he's a
love it.
cyborg bug man. How is he a
Unbelievably
cyborg? How is he turned into a bug man? We'll figure it out.
Wind. With the
Wind.
power
Yeah,
of
wind
wind.
power.
It's- okay.
Got a big old turbine right in the belt.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, where's the belt?
Yeah, where does the belt come? That's where does
Where's
the belt?
Belt!
Okay, so this is actually.
Is that skin too?
I
I
hope
don't
so.
know. They don't explain.
I want
Is-
him to be a gross bug
is-
man.
Is the fan skin?
I hope so. Oh my
Good
god, his
lord.
little skin flaps.
See, that's
Skin flaps.
the wet slaps. The fan starts going, and it just sounds like. Oh god.
Anyways,
Well-
Kamen Rider jumps over a car.
Hold on,
He does a really cool ramp.
I did want to circle back just a second.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, because I was gonna say
Oh.
this is like what I was talking about with some of the comparison stuff between the old Kamen Riders and the current Kamen Riders, and like clarity. I guess they are it in new Kamen Riders. It is very explicitly a belt. It's so much so too. It's very commonly there will be a scene. I love this scene. It's a great scene every time where they will hold up whatever like transformation device they are using, and like the belt part will be dangling down from it, and then you'll like watch them like whip the belt around their waist and put the belt on. It's super cool, but it also helps really establish like here is the device that they use to transform. A belt comes out of it. They put the device at the designated place on their chest, the belt forms, they put the thing in the belt, they turn into the Kamen Rider. In this one, as far as I can tell, in this series, he gets on the motorcycle, he presses a switch on the motorcycle turns into another motorcycle, and somehow during that, the belt just shows up and gets wind power put into it, and that turns him into Kamen Rider. We don't know if it's a suit or if it's his
It's
skin.
first grade.
It's so it's so not clear.
Until further clarification, that's a skin fan, in my opinion.
It's a skin. It has to be. It has to be a skin fan because we don't know what else it could be.
He is a cyborg freak.
He's a cyborg freak, and he's
not normal.
Can't even console a child.
Can't. So yeah, this is
Crunch.
This is also where we get the great scene of Kamen Rider does a cool bike jump off of a ramp that allows him to park in front of the bad guys, and instead of doing anything to stop them, he lets them just kind of gently swerve around him so that he can jump at them 3 times, because they keep doing the same thing. He jumps ahead of the car, and then they swerve around him, and then he jumps in front of the car, and then he swerves around. They swerve around him, and then they just repeat that 3 times. And they don't.
Before they give up.
Yeah, before they just
Fight him.
stop and they just get out of the car. He doesn't like force them out or anything. He doesn't guide them into a hill and force them to fight him or anything. They just are like, all right, well, I guess we better get out and do this now.
Get him, boys.
Yeah, get him, she.
Meh.
It's just, you would think after the first very bad blockade attempt doesn't work, you would think, jump on the car. You've done it before. You're a cyborg Bugman. You can jump onto a moving car. You're gonna be fine.
No, these boots are for crushing fascists, not cars.
I guess that's fair. It was a nice car.
Someone could use that car.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's fair.
Full of nerve gas.
Maybe they can't use the nerve gas part.
Fill her up.
Tank's empty, Bob.
You want regular unleaded or nerve gas?
Yeah, gives a new meaning to the gas station.
Why is there gas at the gas station?
Because it sells.
This is so.
Damn,
The
you're
worst
right.
part about this is there's another car that is the same model of car that has sleep gas in it. So that's probably just we got to swap out the nerve gas for sleep gas for this one. Get the new canisters. Oh man. Okay, so we have another great fight scene. More of that wonderful hill technology I was talking about. We have some good action shots with the hill. In this one explicitly, and then we get probably one of my favorite scenes of this episode, legitimately, which is just Kamen Rider like straight up sleeper holding one of the Shocker agents, and just like straight up choking the dude out so he can kidnap him. And as
Yeah. Kamen Rider for the first time takes prisoners.
well, he did take
It's
a
good.
prisoner once previously. He took a prisoner in Batman, in a sense, because Batman fell asleep for
Kinda,
some
yeah.
reason. Batman had to take a nap.
I too get tired in the heat
Yeah.
of battle.
That's fair.
I grow weary, Kamen Rider, please.
I don't know why, but because of your Hatoful boyfriend streams, I'm just imagining these as lines that Oko-san would say while fighting like Azami or something. Oko-san seems like the bird most likely to take a nap in the middle of a fight.
Oko-san grows weary. He must lay his weary head down to rest.
Fetch him some pudding for when he awakens.
If you strike me while I sleep, I shall kill you.
Oko-san.
More media recommendations. Play Hatoful Boyfriend. Anyways.
Yeah. So we will go ahead and go forward. Okay, yes, we will go forward here with the plot synopsis. Restrained in Sarracenia's underground base, Yuki has been selected for conversion into a cyborg. Sarracenia, hearing of the capture of his number 3, interesting way to put that, leaves Yuki in the men's care and sets out to eliminate his failed soldier. But before the men can begin the process, an alarm rings out. Takeshi has found the hidden base and battles his way inside to rescue Yuki. Now, I'm actually a little confused timeline-wise, because I thought he didn't go to rescue Yuki until after the failed assassination attempt. Am I crazy?
It wasn't failed. No. The timeline is right. God.
Because
it's weird though, because I remember this episode being really weird.
Yeah.
Because the sequence of events is really weird.
It's a strange one.
But I do. Honko does, after the bike thing, he does. Yeah, he doesn't confront them yet. We just see the inside of the facility and what they're doing to their current hostages, which is amazing.
We see the one guy that they tried to.
They're trying to make Kamen Riders.
Yeah, they're trying to make another dude into a cyborg, and so they're like, he's already been given the injection. We're going to shock him with 50,000 volts, and if he survives, then he will be turned into a cyborg, which doesn't make any sense to me. Because the whole point of that, bit previously was that they had already turned Takeshi into a cyborg, and then they were like, watch, we're gonna put 50,000 volts through you and you'll be fine. But they expected this other dude to be built different, I guess.
I don't know what they intended to do. Like, they put 50,000 through him like they did to Takeshi in the first episode, and they were like, oh, he's doing okay.
Double the voltage.
Crank it up to 100,000 volts.
Imagine if they made that dude a cyborg.
Rev up those electric chairs, boys.
Yeah.
He super died immediately.
It's so baffling. And so this is the implied what's been happening to 6 other people, I guess. Because they've just been shittily trying to remake Kamen Riders. I guess
They
so the
failed
doctor
6
isn't there
times?
anymore, so maybe that's the problem, is that they don't really know what they're doing
They're just-
anymore.
Yeah, I
They're
guess.
just trying.
Incompetent.
They're just going for it,
It's
really.
like we're just getting anybody who wanders into the Orange Aim, and just taking them and seeing if we can make them into a bug.
One has to feel like they have to have had a better process for this that was already existing, because we are at episode 4 of what is going to be once we're done with this, this recap, it'll be 7 episodes, at least 6 of which have had a new monster person cyborg. So you would think at this point, they know what they're doing.
They're not as good.
I'm just going to make some Yeah, I'm going to assume maybe these guys are like older models or
Okay,
something.
like the
and-
prototypes.
yeah, or something.
And Kamen Rider was that new hotness.
Yeah, he was the hot new perfect model.
And to their point, he has been whipping.
Yeah,
their
he has
ass,
been.
So
He has
Yeah.
been just handing them wholesale ass whoopings every possible chance that he gets. So yeah,
They did too good of a job.
yep.
my other note for this scene is also.
Yeah, I put Mr. Krabs laugh.
Yeah.
That's
it's
exactly
that or
the
a
noise he
dying goat.
makes.
More like a goat,
I-
though. It's
A
like
little bit.
the Mr. Krabs laugh with a little bit of goat on the end of it.
Yeah, just
This was a little bit before, during the fight scene, but I just put dying goat noises for plant racists.
Yeah, the mooks were making this noise too, but also the
Yes.
plant.
I think-
whenever the plant appeared before he would speak, it would just make that noise.
Wait,
Oh yeah, I forgot about how bad the plant was.
I was going to say that's the worst part is that the plant does not speak. He just makes that noise.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Just
There is no
Turns menacingly.
Yeah, he always just sort of turns from
He
facing
doesn't.
away
He
to look
doesn't
at you.
say
and then-
anything at all, and he's just like.
Yeah, I don't know. Like something they talk about eliminating the guy, and then we get back to the summary seems to be glossing back. You know, the whole part where they have the prisoner and he tells them where to go.
Right. Yeah. That's the part that seems to be kind of lost. Is
Yeah. Enacting shocker law, as they
Yes,
called it.
Shocker
Yeah.
law
Yeah.
states that any subordinate who is lost must be killed.
I think I have something written about a motorbike fight.
Oh yes, that's the next fight that's going to come up after Hongo figures out where the base is, and he shows up and he starts trying to run people over with his motorcycle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're
after
explicitly.
he took
Oh, go ahead,
the
B.
after he decided to take the hostage that he choked out earlier to the kid's
Yep.
house. I
Yes.
feel like we should
Right?
specify
Yeah, he gets
that.
taken to Yuki's apartment because
I totally forgot to say that.
Takeshi has his
And-
own place, but I guess he can't be fucking bothered.
Yeah, I know.
And then he ties the hostage up. Didn't bother to do it later or earlier.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I guess he.
Brings him to the kid's house
Oh, and-
untied.
and then gives him the life-giving punch.
Yeah,
yeah.
he fucking
Oh my
backbreakers this dude so hard that he comes back to consciousness.
Which will not be the last time we see this technique.
Even in this episode, right? Or no,
No, it's in a different
no,
episode.
It comes,
it's
like,
in the episode.
Very quickly
Still.
though later.
It's yeah, so he back punches him back to consciousness. Is like, hey, he has like this weird like, it's like his arms are doing the sleeper choke position, but they aren't positioned correctly because he's like over top of the guy. I'm not really sure how he's supposed to be threatening this man. It's weird. He's just kind of like, he's just like gripping his shoulder real hard.
Crunch.
He will kill
Yeah,
him.
you will. Look, that's the thing. This guy knows it. Everybody knows it. Even the boy in the room knows. If the shocker goon fucks around even a little bit, he's gonna find out.
Unfortunately, Shocker Law took him out before Hongo could.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So,
Shocker goons seem pretty quick to just start immediately divulging information.
yeah, he was
Yeah.
just straight up like, yeah, they're over here. Please don't murder me. Takeshi Hongo, known murderer. See, that's the secret that they didn't reveal in the first episode that they're not going to reveal until like 15 episodes from now. They didn't actually pick Hongo because of his 600 IQ or his amazing, fantastic physical ability. They picked him because he was a known serial killer.
Yeah, as B mentioned last podcast, Hongo's just like that before he was a
Yes,
cyborg.
yeah. I truly do believe Hongo was just like that.
That's like my favorite thing about episode 1 Hongo. Immediately, you find out that he's ready to kill people before you've even find out he's been covert cyborgified.
Right?
He gets lightly hazed by a bunch of people he doesn't know, and was like, I'm about to beat so much wholesale ass.
He chases them.
Fucking Hongo off the shits 24/7, and I love it. But getting back to the poor plight of this incredibly dramatic little boy, back at the apartment, Hiromi and Ryukyo try to keep a watchful eye on the captured number 3, but are spooked by Sarracenia lurking outside the window. The plant monster breaks into the apartment and devours his soldier? Is that what was happening?
I
Is
guess.
that what you call it? You
I'm
slurped him right up like a
the
Capri
man.
Sun.
noodle.
But
Yeah.
we have to first acknowledge when I think it was Ryuko's friend, who's like, "Don't." There's someone at the window,
Yeah.
and then she just goes right to the window and presses her face up
Oh my
against the glass. And
Freaking Ruriko.
Ryukyo does not understand how to be in a hostage
let me look.
situation.
If I was like if I was in my home and I was like, oh my god, someone's outside, I saw them. And the person I was with at the time, whoever that may be, was like, what? Goes to the window, fully opens the curtain, exposing their face outside of the window, I would beat them
Yeah.
senseless.
I mean, it's such a wild move to just be like, oh, let me expose myself. You said there's a dude at
Hey,
the
let me
window.
look.
Hey, look at that guy! Like, are you insane?
Ruriko, stop!
I wonder if anyone's
I'll
out there.
destroy you. I'll destroy you myself.
Yeah,
Stop.
seriously, I'm trying to hide here. Have you ever heard the words low profile?
No.
That means make a lot of noise, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what it means.
Low profile, have it matter.
So we will.
Then he slurps them up.
Yeah,
apparently.
slurps on
Yeah.
his girt because it's perp.
The new death animation effect ?
Oh yes, yeah. I think that was.
At least for this episode.
No, that's next episode. This guy
Is
that
just
next
sort of
episode?
gets
Wait,
crunched.
Right, this
Like,
was just the
he
guy who
just
got
sort of
disintegrated.
squeezes
Oh
him.
yeah, this is
Oh,
the dude
yeah.
who gets squished up like a muppet.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's like a
Folded like
Capri
a-
Sun. You were saying it right before.
Yeah, apparently it just
crunches him.
Yeah.
just slurped him on up.
It's not quick either.
It's not. It's
so
slow
slow.
and deliberate and painful.
It's
So-
agonizing.
You can see the dude's hand start to press into this, like, his chest. I'm like,
Yeah,
oh,
I was
it's
gonna say,
work
like,
out
I'm
his
pretty
heart,
sure they
and he
actually
just
had an effect
folds him
where
up.
one of Sarracenia's fingers actually like goes in, and maybe he was like just going
Yeah.
into the shirt,
Oh.
but I was just like, God damn.
It was visceral again. Like,
Yeah, it was
was
a lot.
It was a kids show, you know.
I'm glad
Yeah,
it
you
wasn't in
know.
the first 3 episodes, because
It would have been a lot bloodier if it was in the first 3 episodes.
we would have
You
needed
talk
Yeah,
about
there-
crunching them
4
up like a
gallons of
Capri Sun.
That poor kid would have been traumatized even more.
Yeah. Would have
Yeah.
been blood all over the apartment.
The thing.
Blood splatters on his face and he smiles.
Uh,
Uh,
The thing the pleasant thing I noticed about this episode at this point was that Ruriko was not involved whatsoever
Yes.
in creating a
Yeah.
disadvantage
Yes.
or trap for Kamen Rider.
put a fucking
she gets a
point on
break
the
from her
board for
duties.
Rukia, because in this episode she didn't fuck up. So that's
job.
one for her.
Except for that whole like looking at the window thing. that was
Yeah,
kinda
she did
stupid,
kinda
but,
screw it, but,
whatever.
you know.
I was Mm,
Whatever, girl.
so mad. I was so mad.
But just before Sarracenia can kill the good guys, Takeshi returns as the Kamen Rider to defend them. Sarracenia and Takeshi take the battle outside, the Kamen Rider first dispatching Sarracenia's goons before using Sarracenia's own Vine Whip to fling the monster over his head and finally finishing him with a Rider Kick. With Sarracenia defeated and Kenji returned with his sister, the boy thanks Takeshi for honoring his promise and remarks how similar Takeshi is to Kamen Rider.
Oh, yeah.
So this is,
Yeah.
I think Shakes and I
forgot
both thought that
six-year-old.
the end to this particular fight, I think it was this fight, was going to be a bit more wild than it ended up being. Because isn't this the one where he like he sends him in the air and jumps after him and like grabs him in air and like tosses him too. Right? Doesn't he?
No.
Or was that Mantis Man?
That's a future fight. That's a Chameleon Man, I think.
Oh yeah, you know what? It might have been
both-
Chameleon.
No,
Man.
yeah, this one. My note is he kicked that man so hard he became a tarp.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Turned him into a freaking type as well. His-
Yeah, bro
Yeah.
gets straight up tarped up and covered in juice.
And then slithers back into the
Yep.
ground.
So you know what? Special
So
effects
good.
plywood was probably part of that. So what's up? What's good?
Yeah, I haven't seen special effects plywood in any of the episodes coming.
I don't-
out. I just
I
wanted
miss
to
her.
make a note of that. I miss
I
her.
miss her too. But
miss
But
her.
also really good job on improving your special effects game, guys.
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah.
Because good job. You didn't do that at once.
yeah, as much as we are going to miss special effects plywood, it's good to know that they have money now and they can do effects good.
Yeah, they can make like a patch of dirt that hides the thing that slurps up their tarp to represent the man melting into the ground.
Yeah. He really does just get kicked
I
into
would-
a tarp.
I'd like to draw attention to some other great things that happened that weren't really in the synopsis. For instance, after the fight, Ruriko, her friend, and Kenji are there to see Kamen Rider,
Mhm.
and Kenji's like, "Oh yeah, you did it, Kamen Rider!" And then Kamen Rider rides off, and then they all turn around, and Hongo is already there behind
Like
them.
literally 2 seconds after Kamen Rider rides
I do
off.
have that. I have that written down as Kamen Rider exited like a cartoon because he goes out on one side of the screen and Takeshi comes in on the other side of the screen. It's like, whoa!
Heavens to Murgatroyd! I've got other Nazis to fight. Exit stage left even.
okay, Renee.
A little earlier. Yeah, that's just it's delightful.
Like
Superman ain't got shit.
Like seriously,
Takeshi
he
No.
could-
Hongo.
how quick-
Nothing.
He must have tore ass through that neighborhood. He must have been going at like
Superman really-
Power of
subsonic
winds.
speeds to have made that transition that quickly.
And it's insane. Like, it's a reminder, and I kind of forgot about it, but discussing it now is like, oh yeah, I guess they were still setting this up. That Takeshi Hongo's identity is still totally secret to everybody but Tachibana.
Yep.
Somehow.
Somehow
Yeah,
everyone.
somehow.
Especially from Ruriko, who does not know somehow.
Here is the thing that I
Somehow.
don't understand. Everyone seems to know to just go to Hongo for shocker-related shit, but they don't immediately assume
It's-
that the cyborg bug man that shows up every time Shocker starts doing stuff and starts beating wholesale ass, like they don't just assume that's the same guy.
I really want them to enact one of my favorite stupid superhero tropes. My friend the hero. Oh yeah, I know Kamen
I
Rider.
really hope. they
Yeah,
do
that's the
that.
thing. They haven't even established any lines of dialogue towards that. Like, oh yeah, I know. Well, they did at the very end of this episode. I think he said. Oh, no, he just sort of compared
No,
himself.
he
He's
just-
like, I'm not
yeah.
like that guy.
I'm not as strong as Kamen Rider. He's so strong.
And amazing. And
Yeah,
smart.
man,
And
he's
he rides
Harry's
bicycles.
really
handsome.
handsome too.
I bet he's
Good
really
hair.
handsome under there. I don't know.
I bet he's the perfect human
Fucking meat
being
is huge.
with an IQ of 600.
Except he's not human at all, and he can't even
Oh.
hold the
I
child.
can't hold a child.
But he wants
Can't
to.
even console a
I'm
crying
gonna
child.
start crying.
Poor cyborg.
I have a single last note for the very end of this episode. It reads, Bonsai.
Bonsai. Bonsai.
Kenji, when reunited with his sister, they had talked briefly about his promise to Kamen Rider and that he gave him his model plane, and his sister's like, I'll buy you a new model plane. And he's like, why? Bonsai! Bonsai! Bonsai!
It's so
And
stale.
it's amazing.
I do want to bring up that scene for a second. I guess they just go to like say thank you again, but they just roll up at Juon College for like no reason at all.
That's all they wanted to do.
I guess they
Thank
but it's-
Takeshi.
Yeah, it's just so weird. They just like show up
Everyone knows where
with
this man
Kenji
is.
in his tiny boy shorts.
That was one of my final notes. Was this kid ain't wearing pants?
He ain't wearing pants at all.
It's the 70s.
I mean, really,
man, those things looked like they were at his cheeks.
they really
Like,
did.
really
I
It was
was
the
like,
70s.
is he wearing pants?
Yes.
I guess he was wearing.
That was the time, yeah.
I'm gonna look up 70s boy shorts and see if I can.
I'm telling you, as someone who is also watching Go Ranger concurrently,
yeah.
they just look
Yeah,
like
no,
that.
I'm seeing some boy shorts,
Yeah, there's some
and these
shorts.
are American boy shorts too. So I can only imagine.
Yeah, it was just the fashion at the time. It was just no legs on the shorts.
My only other frame of reference is a 1959 movie, but I feel like it doesn't feel like the shorts were that long in that one, but were that short in that one. But I don't know, maybe they just sort of took a step back before going forward.
People in the 70s were more liberated. They were like, "Look, our shorts are going to be shorter."
We're a little more.
We wore shorter shorts and killed fascists.
And
These both sounds like pros.
yeah, I was gonna say I appreciate that vibe.
Now let's go to cram school.
I
Oh.
do have a final note. This is backtracking a bit.
Mm.
But I just want to give a shout out to the drums in this episode.
Is it this episode?
Yes.
Oh, it is
Yeah.
because it's when Takeshi is going to the base to rescue
Yeah.
what's her face,
Oh,
Yuki.
yeah.
And they get the ape out drums just going nuts. I would love to hunt down that specific track
Like,
and see if it's
The drum solo was just
oh,
sublime.
it ruled.
Channels the bloodlust.
It really does.
it's just,
Oh yeah,
it's-
that was the point where we saw Takeshi with his hair messed up just like a little bit.
Oh yeah.
Because he was just gunning it.
you mess up his hair, you get the drums.
Yeah, this episode had wild winds. Like, Takeshi's hair was ajar because he was
This
tilted.
very last scene too, like the wind was blowing. I actually noticed. I think the wind was blowing so hard that they had to
Oh,
give
yeah.
the kid a strap for his hat so it wouldn't come off because he's definitely wearing
Oh.
something. He's like,
They also probably had to ADR it
Probably.
in the all
Yeah.
vocals. Because you can see that the kid's is not lip synced well.
oh yeah, no.
Mm.
The kid's lines
It's
probably
so
had to
good.
be ADR'd in, and maybe that's why they're so stale.
Probably didn't help.
Yeah. But that was Monster Sarracenian, which brings us to
My final note for Monster Sarracenian.
Go for
is the anguish continues.
oh shit, that's right.
He does have one more little angsty
Yeah.
go away as we go to credits.
Yeah, the narrator is like, "Hey, don't forget, Takeshi is a cyborg freak, and he's still sad about it.
Hey Takeshi, you're a
Hey,
freak.
Takeshi, you're a fucking freak. Look at your hair, all fucking cyborg or whatever."
I'm so sorry, Honko.
It's okay. We love you, Takeshi Hongo, cyborg freakness and all.
I love you. I probably like you more because
Yeah.
you're a freak.
Yeah.
That tracks.
Shut up. Anyway.
We can't. We've got plenty of other chances to roast me. We can't do it here.
Well, what?
So we go on to our next episode, episode 5, the monstrous Mantis Man. Oh,
Fantastic
you
title.
know what? I just realized that this is the thing. I'm on the wiki. I have this information. I should probably be providing it. Would y'all like to know what the air date for the original air date for these episodes were?
Sure.
Yes.
Sure.
Original air date for Man-Eating Sarracenian is April 24th, 1971. And Monstrous Mantis Man originally airs May 1st, 1971.
Wait, what? Oh wait, sorry.
Yeah, that's a week later.
Okay, for a second, I was like reading the current date, and I'm just like, it got in my brain. So I'm just like, why did they wait 3 months?
Because that's how long it takes to create a cyborg.
That's understandable.
All right.
first thing right off the bat, new intro.
Yes.
Or at least we
Yes.
noticed that it wasn't.
Yeah, there might have been a new intro for Monster Sarracenian and we just didn't notice, but this episode we noticed we have a new intro because we've got a budget now, and so we get to do some reshoots and shoot some new cool bike stunts. And we also were able to buy a new bike, which is why the bike changes during the intro.
Yeah.
It sure does.
I recognize that they had their cool shiny new bike for Kamen Rider and they wanted to use it, but also, like, if you're gonna replace the footage, do so consistently.
Yeah.
Don't have some footage with the old bike and then some footage with the new bike, because people will notice eventually.
Old media is so confusing sometimes, because sometimes it really does feel like they didn't have any real understanding of the audience probably needs to understand what happened.
I feel like this episode too is actually a good
They'll
example
figure
of
it out.
there just being like a lot of stuff that's kind of just not explained, and it just sort of
Yeah,
happens.
it's a little weird.
Yeah.
This might be the weakest of the four, for sure.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's so... One moment explicitly makes up for it, though,
A
and I'm
little.
sure everyone knows exactly what I'm talking about.
I am also pretty sure I know.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's just get right into it then. Starting with the plot synopsis. Seismologist Chikako Ameyama is working at the Earthquake Research Society when she receives a mysterious phone call, checking if she's in the office. As soon as the anonymous caller hangs up, the lights cut out and Chikako is kidnapped by Mantis Man. So this is a fun part of that episode.
So right off the bat.
Go ahead, Shakes.
No, yeah. I have a couple things written down, yeah. Incredibly helpful and informational receptionist for the Earthquake. She's a little more than a receptionist, but I was writing this line. But she just answering all of these mysterious questions about her facility. And the equipment that she works with.
My favorite thing is she answers all of the questions is like, by the way, who is this? Hello? Hello, are you there?
That's what they end with.
Call.
They also really, really, really want you to explicitly know, as clearly as possible, that currently we are in the Central Earthquake Research Facility.
Mhm.
Just to let you know. If you weren't sure, we're going to show you again very slowly. We're going to pan over the sign. She's going to say it when she answers.
Mhm.
They're going to ask where she is.
Hey, what do you do anyways?
What? Yeah, what's
are
up?
you like
We
researching
research
centrals or earthquakes or
Yeah, something like that.
something like that?
I think this is also where we started to notice that there's a really good use of colored lighting
Yes.
throughout these episodes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I wouldn't
Just
say it's
wanted to
necessarily
appreciate
the
the colored
the
lighting.
first time that we noticed it, but this one does have
No.
good use of colored lighting. Bonus points of being on the Wikipedia that it helps you with like certain notes and things. So like for instance, this mentions this episode introduces the first opening narration of the series. Takeshi Hongo is
Oh,
the
yeah.
cyborg Kamen Rider.
Yes.
He was remodeled by Shocker, an evil organization bent on ruling the world. Kamen Rider stands against them for the sake of all humanity, replacing the initial practice of a series of clips featuring the episode's monster immediately following the opening sequence. The opening narration accompanies a shot of Kamen Rider doing a 360 turn and emerging as Hongo. The clawed hand of Shocker turning a globe, which appeared in the first episode, followed by, most notably, a gallery of monsters facing off against Kamen Rider as he does his pose. The opening narration and monster gallery would remain a constant throughout the series, receiving several changes and updates as the series moved on.
Yeah, it's the one clip of the monster hand, the monster costume hand spinning
Yeah.
a globe
So good.
will forever
Yes.
probably be cemented as my favorite shot of a thing. But also, yeah, this is one of those things that definitely has lived on in other series that took inspiration from Kamen Rider
for sure.
as well. Just the running montage of ooh monsters, wow, 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 and here's our hero. It's just perfect language.
I will say I do really like, because it's a great way to, if you get someone who has never seen the show and is watching for the first time, but they're in like a later episode like this, like an episode 5 or an episode 8 or an episode 10, that's just like a perfect little blurb that explains the whole thing, right?
That's all you need.
You're sitting here, you're like, what is this Kamen Rider show about? Well, we're going to tell you. There are people called Shocker. They turned this dude into a cyborg. He's fighting them now. Let's go. You're in, you're out.
There's a small part of me that's almost disappointed that the extremely weirdly placed and jarring summaries of previous events didn't return, though. Like how in episode 2, just the random summary of when Miho was like attacked and running back to her apartment, and instead of continuing that action, they were like, by the way, Shocker is this fascist organization.
Well, at this point, we've got a budget. We expect people to have seen.
And now
the
we
episodes.
have a spot to put that information now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all proper and clean, and it's better.
But also, yeah, I feel I missed the crunch.
It was
you just
so
want a
silly.
little crunch.
I guess I will spoil a little. It's just a little bit. I specifically, I just won't. I won't read the second part of this little blurb. But an additional note on that note just read specifies that the initial monster gallery consists of, in order, Batman, Mantis Man, Scorpion Man, and Sarracenian. This first lineup would last until episode 13.
Neat.
So there you go. There's fun little facts to learn about the Kamen Rider.
Speaking
Yeah.
of our rogues and the terrible things they do,
Mm-hmm.
we also get our
Yes.
new favorite special effect of
Yes.
the episode.
Poor
in
Hitchcock.
in which Mantis Man kills kills Alfred Hitchcock. That makes no sense.
There's a security guard whom Chikako had seen at the door after the lights went out, and she was like, "Oh, hello? I thought someone was after me or something. Come on in." She opens the door, and his eyes are wide in shock, and he falls down dead. And he looks like Alfred Hitchcock.
He does the silhouette,
thing where he's on a side profile. Yeah.
Yeah.
And he gets just slurped right up
Yeah.
like a bowl of noodles.
So I'm trying to think of how to describe this special effect. So I think they arranged a string of beads
Yes.
In the silhouette
into a
of the
vague
victim.
silhouette of a person, yeah, whoever was dying, and then pulled that string away until it fully just went away, like it was being slurped like a bunch of spaghetti noodles.
It's amazing.
Yes.
It's really good.
It doesn't.
Truly a thing you need to see to believe.
Yeah, it's very good. I will say it doesn't quite capture the brutal and visceral feel that is gallon of blood on the camera lens, but it's still
No,
really
it really
good.
doesn't. It's fun and silly and keeps the spirit of special effects plywood at the very least.
And it does.
It's also against a stark red background.
So maybe that's. I wonder if that's special effects plywood,
Yes.
and they just like got her a tablecloth.
She got
Glow up,
Maybe,
ooh
yeah.
girl.
Aw.
I mean,
She got a new
Yeah,
dress.
girl.
I have to assume she's still there. They're just covering her like they should have from the beginning.
Yeah,
she got a makeover. I'm so proud
love
of
that
her.
for her.
Still in the business. Legend.
What a queen!
Yeah.
Here, you dropped this queen.
Girl boss.
Wraps her in red towel.
Boss. We can't get into girl boss yet. That's next episode.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Yeah. Please hold.
Girl
I'm sorry. Oh, I love you, Shiro. Anyway.
Oh. Okay.
But yeah,
Okay. So.
Chikako
Okay.
gets
Yeah,
kidnapped.
Chikako gets kidnapped by the Mantis Man, who to Shake's point about fun with colored lights, we don't actually see him yet, except for just a shadowed silhouette in the window of the office that she is in, behind with a green light like being shined in. It looks great.
Yeah,
It's an awesome visual.
it's very spooky.
Later, Takeshi Hongo, thrown from his motorbike during an earthquake, and learning of the disappearance of his childhood friend Chikako. Boy, we just gloss over that bike scene, huh?
Wow, totally forgot they mentioned that.
Wow.
Yeah, gloss over that part too a little bit.
Oh yeah.
Becomes suspicious of the spat. That's spat in it. becomes suspicious of the spat of recent earthquakes. Investigating Chicago's lab, ho,
Oh, that's what they were.
Oh.
Oh, they just went in there.
angry.
Okay.
I'm sorry. This
I was wondering where he got his little sample.
plot synopsis says a sentence that pisses me off. Here we go.
Oh no.
Investigating Chicago's lab, he finds 2 clues: a cell from the body of a man-sized insect and a map of the earthquakes in the suburbs around Tokyo. When? When
Also,
the fuck?
No, okay, so he definitely had these things. It was revealed that he had them after the fact, and I don't think we ever saw him pick them up.
He doesn't
Nope.
ever
At some point,
visit
he
the
definitely
lab.
obtained these things.
I fucking just...
Yeah.
At the very least, have him say, I'm gonna go to the lab and check things out. Give
Maybe
us
he did.
anything.
Maybe that's like all he said.
Maybe that's all he said.
Because I remember being very confused, but he might have just said it and
Missed
we
it.
missed.
Yeah, maybe.
And that was all we were supposed to have.
I mean, I would have...
That's not very
It's
good.
not great, but it
it's-
would have been better than what I feel like we got, which is what we got, as far as I understand, is your childhood friend got kidnapped. Jump cut to him in the lab. These aren't human
Yeah,
cells,
with the microscope.
and it's like when
There was one brief scene between that, and it was like Hongo and Tachibana's bike training again. My only note for this entire scene is Hongo and Tachibana serving looks today.
that was Tachibana drip.
Yeah.
They both look really good.
That is
Yeah.
before we get the
And-
scene where he is told that Chicago is kidnapped.
Oh yes, and then the cell. Yeah, I believe there's a line wherein I believe his name ended up being Mr. Abe. Mentions where they got the cell, but I don't believe there's any mention of where they got the map.
Abe is the guy from the next episode.
Oh god,
I don't
who is
think
this guy?
I
Who's
don't think this
random
dude got a name, actually.
He has. Yeah, I don't know. He's
Random-
just his other guy.
I'm
and
sorry.
I think he was the same dude when they were investigating.
I've been
Batman.
around since day
So,
one, and I
yeah.
still don't have a
just-
name.
I apologize that I'm misnaming people. The thing is, Hongo has just associates at the
Which
university,
makes sense.
and they are never introduced to us in any capacity. He's just dropped in a scene with them, and basically they just deliver the exposition of research science thing, and then Hongo's like, "I'm a genius. I will confirm your findings by being a genius."
Yeah.
It's very Ghost Stories kind of. When I think about it, it's just like I could see in the Ghost Stories dub of Kamen Rider them having a brief scene where one of them gets to go, well, don't you think I should say my name first? Just say the exposition sayer. All right, fine, jackass.
I want that.
The
dub
Ghost
really bad
Stories
right
dub
now.
of Kamen Rider, it'd be real fun.
Oh, man.
Oh,
Don't
we could
tempt-
totally
Yeah, I
do
was
that.
gonna say, don't tempt me with a good time. I already have to do that
Hi,
Scott
this is
Steiner
me
promo
tempting
on the
everyone.
Takeshi Hongo fan cam. I'm booked.
All right, podcast
Yep.
canceled. Our new project is going to be a stand-up.
Enjoy our
Yeah.
final episode.
Hope y'all had
Yes,
fun.
Michael.
Sign up for the
Return.
Patreon. If we get high enough of a Patreon reward, we'll
Okay.
start doing the podcast again.
Oh, absolutely. I am down.
$8,000.
But we'll only be
8,000?
talking about our own
Yeah.
dub.
50,000's the original dub. Let's be honest.
Ooh.
Anyways, we got info for somehow.
Yeah, somehow, apparently Takeshi Hongo teleports to the lab, finds a cell from the body of a man-sized insect. Where? How? In what? How?
It was green.
How does he find this thing? It's never explained. But he finds that and the map of earthquakes and teleports to Jonan University. I'm just going to assume now that these jump cuts are like, you know how people are like, I wish I was in Law and Order so I could use the dun-dun sound to teleport? I assume that's what Takeshi Hongo is doing at this point. Every time the camera jump cuts,
Yeah,
he
it's all in real
teleports
time.
somewhere. So we get a little bit of exposition, and that leads us to this next part of the synopsis. I do want to just jump back a little bit. They mention that Hongo was apparently childhood friends with this Chicago lady,
Mhm.
and then they bring it up like one other time in the episode, and other than that, it's just not relevant. Like, at all.
But
It's
just remember, they used to play tag.
Which we don't even know at this point. At this point, all we know is they used to be friends. It's
from the same hometown.
It's just like, it's one of those details they just like didn't need to include, because unless they're gonna do something with it in another episode later on from now, they don't do shit with it this episode.
I guess they really wanted to sell that because its only purpose was to have give him a reason to just sort of drop in on her and find that she was been kidnapped.
I mean, I guess.
I don't know why she just wasn't an unnamed acquaintance.
Yeah.
It's got the same energy as, I believe it was episode 3, where they're just like, someone you know will die. And it's just the new dude.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. That's in the Scorpion episode. Yeah, I mean, really, she could have just been
my good friend.
She could have just been a colleague from John University, and like that would have been enough of association for him to do what he did. It was just very strange. Anyway, continuing with the plot synopsis. Considering the position of these quakes and noticing the map to be radioactive, he determines the earthquakes are in fact underground nuclear detonations perpetrated by Shocker with the ultimate intention of destroying Tokyo. I'm going to take another one here because these are some short paragraphs. Takeshi receives a call from a distressed Chikako claiming to have found the base of the villains and begging Takeshi to come to her. But, I said that last sentence bad. I'm trying, you guys. I'm sorry. But the meetup goes awry when Chikako, hypnotized by Mantis Man, pushes Takeshi into a deep pit. Hey, that's another thing they don't fucking cover.
Nope.
Yeah.
I guess I wanted to mention, it's really not important, and I really don't remember why they were talking about this at the cafe. They were talking about the earthquakes, and I feel like he might have, like, was sharing his theory or something about them.
No,
with everybody else.
He shares his theory about the earthquakes with the These Aren't Human Cells guy. I don't know why he shares his theory about the earthquakes with them.
I don't know why either, but he does because it prompts Shiro to be the voice of doubt and go, I thought it was a catfish causing all these earthquakes, and they all have
that is the scene before. That is when Takeshi shows up at what's it called, Amigo, where Tachibana is flexing how big him brain are by telling Ryukyo and other girl all the stuff that Takeshi has taught him earlier in the day about earthquakes. Stuff that you would think as a grown man who owns a business, he would already
third
know.
Grader knowledge.
Yeah, right.
About earthquakes.
Like some real basic shit about earthquakes. He's like, let me drop a knowledge bomb on you kids. Here's how smart your good friend Toei Tachibana is. I know what an earthquake are.
Anyways, shout out to Namazu causing earthquakes. It's just his nature.
It's just his nature. He loves it. He's got to do it. So yes, we get another infamous something happened in between scenes apparently, and we were just supposed to figure that out in Kamen Rider because apparently the Mantis Man hypnotized Chikako. That was never specified. That's never made apparent.
I mean,
I guess it makes sense, but
it's sort of revealed later, but it's meant to be a bit of a twist.
I thought she was just working with them. I thought she was just a bad guy.
Yeah.
No, she
really
was being
confused.
brainwashed, and Hongo like addresses it later when he finds out after she rat bastards him into the pit, and he's like, when he confronts Mantis again, he's like, "How dare you take advantage of people and make them do your bidding?" And I can't remember his exact phrasing, but I was like, oh,
I thought
okay.
it was just like one of those "you're gonna help us, little missy, or you're gonna die," see, sort of things. And then, like, she just turned evil or something towards the end of the episode. I don't. It's so unclear.
She does say after she wakes up initially after Hongo retrieves her, I'm not Chikako.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I thought. Like, I thought she was just like a double agent.
Yeah,
or
it's so not clear what her whole shit is.
It's super not.
I love how nonsensical it is and how there's just no concept of the audience needs to understand what's happening at any given moment.
If you recall, like we said at the beginning of the episode, this episode is really bad about like explaining shit. Like stuff this episode specifically is a lot of like stuff just happens.
Time and space is convoluted in Tokyo.
Yeah.
And Osaka.
Yeah.
And Osaka.
Yeah.
And that weird countryside that they did their fighting this time.
Yeah.
We are getting so very close to the one part of this episode that I think redeems it, though.
Well, let me read this part of the synopsis and see if this is it. Because it segues pretty nicely into what we were talking about. So, as B mentions, Chikako rat bastards Takeshi into a deep pit. And then, Mantis Man, gloating from above, lowers a timed bomb into the hole. Takeshi, unable to transform into Kamen Rider, can't quite jump high enough to escape. But the pressure blast from the bomb, rather than killing him, spins the pinwheel on his belt, completing his transformation into Kamen Rider and launching him to freedom and towards the Mantis Man.
God. I love it.
That shit was pretty big brained.
It's so fucking good.
It was so
Genius.
And the visual sequence of him blowing up and
visuals.
transforming.
It's so amazing.
Oh my god.
It's so good. It's just I have to assume it's just like a bunch of still photos that they like cut out and put against a background and like very cheaply animated that way, but it rules so hard.
That was one of the scenes where I'm like, wow, they really did increase their like special effects budget, and they're really going all out.
That is definitely one of the scenes where you can really tell, like, oh, they got some Skrilla on their hands now because they would not have been able to have done this on the previous.
It's
And even
just
if it-
multiple fades while he's like in jumping poses of just like each individual piece of the outfit forming on his body.
It's so dope.
And like even if it wasn't too expensive, it's just so very creative of a way to do it. I love it so much.
Yeah.
As someone who has made like short little films as a child, it's just that type of ingenuity of just like, we're gonna do this with like no like CGI. It's just
We're
lovely.
just gonna do it. We're just gonna do it, and it's super dope. It's super dope. So continuing with the plot synopsis. In the ensuing struggle, Takeshi evades Mantis Man's goons and rescues the unconscious Chikako from the monster. He takes her back to his apartment, where she mutters about a major earthquake at 4 in the afternoon and a praying mantis egg, before waking and denying all knowledge. There isn't a
Yeah, this is where our confusion slightly was, but I guess it was just sort of like, oh, her knowledge slipped through, and then she was back to being in a weird daze.
it's just nothing's explained.
Also, this is about the stage where we started to fully notice that the Mantis Man has clearly visible human skin between his sleeves and his gloves.
Yeah, that's when his bits got real noticed.
I really like to think that Mantis Man is just a dude.
There's nothing to say
would
he
love
isn't.
that.
Just
That's
kind of
fair.
like a Spider-Man
I would
villain.
like to. I would like to very briefly just make a tiny note very quickly. This is our first confirmation that Takeshi Hongo actually has a home.
Oh yeah, because he takes her back to his apartment, thus proving that he's
Yes.
not like homeless or whatever.
That's proving that, like, why did he bring that guy to a kid's house?
You know, sometimes you need a
He needed the backup. He needed
an
Rukyo and
unconscious Nazi.
Hiromi.
He knew it would bait them, so he didn't want to risk his own home.
Yeah.
being discovered.
Oh yeah, the juicy brain, the 600
Yeah, that's
IQ.
That's his 600 IQ.
Yeah,
thinking.
right there.
I'm just too stupid to understand the plot of
Yeah.
Kamen Rider.
If you don't have a 600 IQ, you're just not gonna get it.
Yeah.
What was it?
Oh, this fight
yeah,
scene has
yeah,
the
yeah.
hill.
This is another.
Go ahead.
Oh well, that too. Before that, unfortunately, Ruriko is once again put in a position where she just leads a guy to Kamen Rider.
Yep.
Yes.
As she goes to visit him in Chicago, and the Mantis Man is just like, well, I'm gonna follow her because I know she is associated somehow.
I guess Midorikawa was real friendly back when he used to be a Shocker employee. Had some real Maze Hughes energy and was like, hey, everybody,
he
check
knows,
out my daughter.
Yeah.
She works so hard.
Everybody knows her from Bring Your Daughter to Work.
And I really hate that Ruriko really is continuing this trend of poor acknowledgement of threat whatsoever, because the way she leads Mantis to Hongo is she and Shiro are in the she's in the cafe, Snack Amigo or whatever it's called this episode, and Shiro runs in and he's like, oh my god, there was something outside, I know, I saw it, there was something, and she was like, what? And she just walks outside by herself and like walks down the street and
she's like, I'll go see what it is.
I don't...
Yeah, sounds fake.
Right?
Anyways, see ya.
She really is just like, shut up, Shiro, you suck, I'm leaving.
Leave him alone.
Nice to Shiro.
He's just like, what?
He's just a little guy. It's his birthday.
Shiro tries to engage with the plot, and he just gets shut
Well,
down.
he really does. That's a pretty apt description of what happens. Poor Shiro.
It's so sad.
Yeah, it's very sad.
Well, that will lead us actually right into the next part of the synopsis. Suddenly, Mantis Man arrives to recapture Chikako, whose earthquake expertise happens to be vital to Shaka's plans. At first, Takeshi and the monster seem to be evenly matched until Chikako, still entranced, attacks Takeshi from behind and knocks him unconscious.
Yes. The betrayal. That we all...
Rat bastard move.
That was just, she's still mind controlled.
Yeah, apparently she's still mind controlled, apparently. This was a fun little fight scene that we had inside the house, or inside the apartment, I will say, but it was... I'm gonna say it was marred by the lack of clarity as far as Chikako and her whole shit. Also, this is the part where I got to be like, hey, what the fuck, Shocker? Why are your plans, your very important world-ending plans, like, why is their success hinged on someone you have to kidnap to get work for you? You have the scientific and technological prowess to create cyborgs, but you can't...
Well, you saw what happened when they tried to keep doing it without their big...
Yeah, apparently whoever this big dude... apparently Midorikawa was truly the brains of Shocker, or whatever. He was, the only one that was actually any smart. And now they're just, a bunch of idiots running around trying to figure out how to do stuff with technology they don't understand.
I love it.
Now that I think about it, too, the way this plot is set up for this episode is to have, nuclear bombs go off underground to create earthquakes, right?
Stupid, but yes.
Mm-hmm.
Why not just detonate them above ground?
Why? Yeah.
Because we can't reveal ourselves to the
You're
public.
trying to destroy Japan. Who cares?
You had seven nuclear
secret.
devices, and you
to
just
send them underground or something.
Yeah, it's it's never even remotely explained why they're trying to cause earthquakes. They're just like, we're gonna detonate a bunch of nukes underground to make big earthquakes to destroy a city. Hey, you're gonna be amazed at what a nuke can do.
Yeah, right?
So will the show writers. Oh boy, yeah, it's a little weird.
This is definitely the most convoluted of all of Shocker's plans so far. Because, Sarracenian's pretty straightforward, they're just trying to make more cyborgs. Chameleon is real straightforward, and we'll get to that in a second. This one is just what the fuck are you guys doing?
Let's not forget the operation name. Artificial Earthquake.
Yep, that was Operation
I
Artificial
did have
Earthquake.
that written down as incredibly bad operation.
Just the worst.
Also speaking of Hongo finally arriving at the facility, I forgot to revise my notes for the last episode, but this episode we noticed for the first time that starting from episode 4, they are now playing a instrumental version of the opening song during the big climactic fights of each episode.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So if you like watch Go Ranger, you know, when the bum 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 kicks in, like that's exactly what this is. When you hear that trumpet and that like spring noise kick in, you know things are getting real.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like how jazzy it was too. It's like,
Yeah.
It's I will say, as someone who has watched these shows for quite a long time, that is a staple. That stays like forever.
oh, good.
I've-
So good.
It's not always every episode, especially because they start like making other tracks that serve that purpose for those later shows. Actually, one thing that I feel like B specifically might be slightly interested in, since I know you're real big into character songs, is that like certain suits and certain forms will get like their own theme song. So like if a Kamen Rider will turn into like one of their power-up forms, that power-up form just has its own theme song. I think in some of the earlier seasons they are sometimes sung by the actual members of the cast, and in other later seasons they are sung by just like random artists that they get. But yeah.
That's the good shit.
It's really
that
great.
is so good. Losing my mind. Sorry.
B's like, hey, next week can we watch all the 90 episodes we have left?
Let's just go ahead and I
just
can't just give one
Let's
character
binge it.
song. I'm good for the money.
I'm too thirsty. Anyway, I can't get ahead
But
of
yes,
myself.
yeah, it's awesome. It is something about Kamen Rider that I just legitimately love. Hearing that instrumental version of the opening while just watching your hero kick ass is always great. It's a lot of fun.
Yes.
Okay, well let's get back to this. Go ahead, Trix.
Okay. I was just reviewing some footage for a future point we will arrive at for this episode. But the first thing I guess I want to say is the Mantis Goons do fight with Mantis style.
Yes, they do, and
at
it's
least
awesome.
they do the pose.
Yes.
They don't really follow up, but
That
it's a
actually-
nice little detail.
That also brings up, we didn't talk about it much in the first fight scene because we had other stuff that we were talking about, namely the explosion. But the Mantis Goons and the Mantis Man themselves, both they all use the like sickle and weighted chain weapon, and it's really fun watching the Mantis Man use it for the first time, because he like
Oh yeah.
he has to like swing it like really slowly, like it's clearly like an actual chain and an actual weight. So like, look, you can't be too like crazy with this, or else someone's gonna get hurt on set.
Careful.
Careful.
Hold on. No, stop it.
Stop.
No. Dude,
I'm
stop.
gonna tell.
Dude, no.
Mom, Mantis Man is playing with the ball and chain again.
This
Invite her
does,
to the boy chain.
this does lead into our second case. I forgot to mention it during the Plant Man. We got two back-to-back bull rope matches
Yes.
where we just get into this eternal tug of war, but this one leads up into a pop-up slam.
Yes, it
Like
does.
he launches the dude into the air and then jumps up, grabs him out of the air, and slams him to the ground, which was
It
dope.
was so cool. Takeshi Hongo is like the coolest fighter on the planet, pretty much. There's just no. I mean, the only way you could get cooler
We make
is
a lot of jokes here,
like
but this man is the coolest man.
he rules so hard, and he does like so many cool almost wrestling moves. I think that's the weird thing, is how much of it is like almost like, I wonder if it's just like that a bunch of the guys that they have as suit actors and like stunt doubles, maybe a bunch of them were just training as wrestlers at the time too.
I mean, undoubtedly
Ooh.
they had professional wrestling experience, because that's how a lot of the moves are set up. But they have to do them a little different because they're doing them outside,
Right,
and, like,
exactly.
on dirt
Yeah.
and pavement and shit. Like, you got to kind of handle it a little different. But they keep like almost doing certain moves, and we keep like going,
Yeah, exactly.
And it's like, nope, never mind. They can't take that bump.
Yeah, no, we can't. Although, I mean, shit, they were able to fucking poison Rana Scorpion Man onto a rock, so I guess anything's possible.
So who knows? You gotta save that though. It's the big spot.
I will say, actually, just to touch briefly on the continuing legacy of wrestling moves in Kamen Rider. A fun thing that I got to kind of remember about watching the more modern series again is that every now and again it will come up to where maybe not a primary rider, but like a secondary rider or a tertiary rider, when they get like their powered up form, their big like finisher attack will usually be like a body scissors to the chest of someone, where they get like an energy version of whatever animal or whatever their power up is based on that like becomes their legs. And it's just so dope watching someone just kind of launch themselves at some other dude and just like body scissors their chest and be like, I'm just gonna squeeze you real good. This is gonna hurt really bad because my legs are a shark now.
Munch.
Yeah, munch.
Oh, I want to see that stuff.
I will see if, I mean, there is, I don't know if I could, I'd have to really like hunt one down and see if I could find one that isn't like too spoilery.
We'll get to it whenever we get to it.
Yeah, either that or we'll get to it in like 6 years.
When we do, yeah.
But going ahead and continuing with the synopsis here. Awakening to find both monster and seismologist gone, Takeshi pursues them by bike, following a tracking device he placed on Chikako while she was unconscious. But the hero is attacked by...
the slap bracelet.
Yeah, the slap braces. But the hero is attacked by Mantis Man en route. Takeshi fights off the monster and then transforms into Kamen Rider to follow him back to his underground base. This is... I feel like
what we
I was gonna say. I think the
yeah. Oh, I'm so
the slap
sorry.
bracelet is like the only thing I can remember from this particular part, unless no, because the bike chase was the previous episode, right? Where he's like running over people with his motorcycle.
Yes, that was the
that
previous
was
episode.
Sarracenian.
Yeah.
So forward with the synopsis then.
It all runs together a little.
A little bit, yeah.
Yes.
All right. Takeshi battles Mantis Man's goons inside the base, interrogating one to discover the location of the nuclear detonator hidden inside a giant praying mantis egg. Mantis Man manages to shatter the egg, revealing the detonator. But just before the monster can activate it and destroy Tokyo, Takeshi defeats Mantis Man with a well-timed rider kick, causing his hypnotized goons to dissipate. What? With the threat gone in
that
Tokyo...
was what we were a little confused about.
Yeah, let's just because this is the last sentence here. With the threat gone and Tokyo rescued, Kamen Rider hauls his unconscious childhood friend from the base, hoping he can get Chikako somewhere safe before she awakens and sees his new cyborg form. This is also not referenced at all. What? Huh? What? Huh?
Yeah.
What?
Director's notes?
Hello?
What is this?
Yes. Buddy. I don't...
Hello?
So much of this shit is not explained. That entire last sentence isn't explained at all in the show.
It is not like in the show. We don't really also regarding the shocker men just dying, that is pretty explicitly exactly what happened. I can only assume it's some part of shocker law that their boss was defeated, so they all just die.
But that didn't.
But it doesn't it doesn't mention anything about them being hypnotized. Does that mean they were just people?
Yeah, no. I don't know.
Here's the thing that gets me though is I don't. Small spoilers for I guess a little bit bigger spoilers for 6 and 7, but I don't think they dissipate in 6 and 7.
No, no.
So it's not like a thing that just happens.
Here's the thing: they also don't dissipate in episodes 1 through 4 either. Like they are episodes 1 through 3, they are explicitly murdered by Takeshi Hongo.
Yeah.
Episode 4.
As far as I'm concerned, Takeshi activated the multi-kill bonus.
Yeah, apparently.
At the end of a Galaga chain, and he just killed the mantis and just killed them.
It is just whatever we want it to be, because there's no explicit or consistent answer to this phenomenon whatsoever.
He kills that man, and then the rest of the men die.
Yeah, it's
Just
I think they just
spontaneously.
wanted. My best guess, if I'm being 100% honest, is that I think they were just very excited about having a new special effect that they started using this episode,
Yeah.
and they wanted to get more practice in
Yeah.
or show it
That
off
has
more.
to be
Because they
what
used
it
it
is.
for every single one of
Like
those guys.
6
Every
dudes
single
die,
one.
and they use it for all of them.
Yes.
All I know is that Takeshi Hongo got a Kilimanjaro in that.
He's crazy. He's the last one standing.
Yeah, he really is a Killionaire.
Excuse me, Killionaire is kill 10 opponents in a blink of an eye. Thank you.
Hey, look, you guys will have to. I never played a Halo. I was too busy playing Street
neither.
Fighter.
We should go play Halo.
Hey, B and Fats. I will
Yes.
buy you Halo Reach.
I own Halo
Don't
Reach.
buy
I
me
bought
things.
the Halo. I bought Masterful
Why aren't we
Chieftain's
playing it?
collection.
We'll have to talk of this
Well,
later.
Off
Yeah,
podcast.
this will be. You can yell at us about it off podcast.
Halo good.
Yeah, he murders a bunch of people with a well-timed rider kick, and apparently he didn't want his old childhood friend to see his cyborg form. Which is that what we're calling it? Is that what we're going with?
I think so.
I just reviewed the footage, and I can confirm that they really did not cover
It
that,
just- it's-
that motivation whatsoever. One scene he is taking her away as Kamen Rider. The next scene he is driving away as Takeshi. And it's just talking about how he has a new resolve, even though he's a freak and not normal.
Yeah.
I just thought he just reverted because there's no reason to stay as Kamen Rider when he's just riding his bike. I really didn't think there was any greater meaning to that at this point in time.
Man, I know we said ahead of
There may
time
have well
that
not
like
have been.
this episode wasn't well explained, but holy crap, this episode was not well explained. They just
It's half the
they
fun.
didn't tell you anything.
It's like a puzzle.
Oh, hey.
You should put it together.
So here's a fun little thing that we can look into that I'm just now seeing. People had mentioned wondering about the Shocker leader because his voice sounded familiar. They have him listed here as a member of the cast. His voice is Goro Naya, is the name of the gentleman. Let's see. He's apparently had a couple of roles in Kamen Rider series. Let's see. Goro Naya was a Japanese actor, voice actor, narrator, and theater director. In the Kamen Rider series, he is known for voicing the various incarnations of the great leader of Shocker. Before his role in the Kamen Rider series, he was known for voicing Ultraman Ace. How about that? He is
Oh my god.
Wow.
he's older brother of actor.
Sorry, no, I read ahead.
Oh. He is older brother and actor of Seiyu Rokuro Naya. He is best known for providing the voice of, Inspector Koichi Zenigata in the Lupin the Third franchise, and for dubbing over the voices of actors Clark Gable, Charlton Heston, and John Wayne in the Japanese language editions of their films. Wow!
And Crocus from One Piece.
Good old Crocus.
He's
As well as a role in Nazca Valley of
Really?
the Wind. He was Lord Yupa.
okay.
Yes.
A long and prolific career of being important sounding older gentleman, it seems.
And he's also in a lot of other Kamen Riders.
Yes, he was in a
future.
lot of other Kamen
It's
Riders.
Sam the Eagle.
Put some respect on our good man,
Yeah.
Goro Naya.
Not who I thought he was,
Alright.
but still very good.
Yeah, very good and super cool. So awesome. Thank you, Goro Naya, for your wonderful work this episode. With that,
Yeah.
as we haven't mentioned this actually in any form, shape, or way before, but this episode, especially since we are going a little long, I can see from the recording, which would make sense. We got
Yeah.
2 more episodes that we want to cover.
Goodness.
Yeah.
So this is the point where we are going to go ahead and take ourselves a little bit of a break. you don't have to go anywhere. We don't want you to go anywhere. So we got some ads that we are going to read for you.
Thank you for listening so far. Please consider giving us a follow over at @FirstRidePod on Twitter. If you want to catch us individually, you can also follow @KingFats95, @WhaleGopher, @ThatGalInTheHat, and @BDropsArt. If you'd like to see even more, consider following the Tales of Harbor Twitter, @HarborTales. Tales of Harbor is an actual play OVA tabletop game featuring Action Shakespeare and B-Drops, along with Public Opinion RP and DM'd by Wordsy. Consider using the hashtag Tales of Harbor. Not only does it help promote the show, but doing so will let your name be used as an NPC within the game. Furthermore, the pinned tweet on the Tales of Harbor Twitter is a place where you can suggest magical items for the players to purchase. You can submit them anonymously, or you can leave your name if you wish to be credited for the item. Tales of Harbor is hosted every other Friday on twitch.tv/wordsy. WORDSE. Thank you for listening, and now back to the podcast.
Hello and welcome back to the podcast, everybody. Hope you enjoyed that quick little ad read. If any of that stuff sounded interesting, go check it out. We are going to move forward with episode 6, our third episode in the watch list today, which is Grim Reaper Chameleon, which aired May 8th, 1971. Unfortunately, these next two episodes and the next couple episodes in the podcast are going to be a little unstructured, a little loosey-goosey, because unfortunately, for whatever reason, the Kamen Rider Wiki doesn't have a plot synopsis, it has a synopsis, but it doesn't have, like, the plot written out like it does for the other episodes. For the next, I think it's up to episode 13, I said it's not set up, so we're just going to have to be going by memory, so apologies in advance if it becomes a little hard to track. All the more reason to encourage you to watch the episode yourself, because you may not be able to rely on the memory of us chuckleheads. But
free on Shout Factory.
Yeah, please check it out on Shout Factory, and then also Shout Factory, please sponsor us, because that's 2 now. Anyway,
Oh me.
as far as the synopsis of Grim Reaper Chameleon, it reads: former Navy Lieutenant Commander Tsunada is attacked by the Grim Reaper Chameleon. His aim is a submarine model in Tsunada's possession that has secrets relating to a Nazi treasure concealed inside. So, I do remember that this episode starts off like many other episodes do. We are in the home of Mr. Tsunada, who is a formal... we actually find out from the Chameleon Man specifically, he says that he is a former Imperial Naval officer. He was a submarine captain back during World War II. And he apparently possesses knowledge in regards to... They just call it a Nazi secret at this point, right?
Yeah, he has Nazi secrets.
Yeah, the Nazi secret.
Yeah, he knows the Nazi secret. And Chameleon Man, he wants the Nazi secret real bad. And
Can you taste the Nazi secret?
Yeah. You know,
Ew.
just...
I'd prefer if you didn't.
Yeah.
This is just right off the bat. This struck me because we've talked plenty about these shows being very hey, we're Japan, we hate the Nazis. We never liked those guys. Did not expect just to go kind of backwards on that and be actually, yeah, the Japanese army worked with them. This is a former military man. He fought with the Nazis and he hid their secrets.
Yeah, that was actually so that's something that was really refreshing for me, because I remember when I first found out, who knows how long ago, when I first found out, hey, all of these old Toku shows, yeah, the bad guys are all Nazis. It was hard for me to decide how that sat, because I was it's, especially like hearing you guys talk about it too, doing the podcast, you were all like, oh, I love it, they're so anti-Nazi, and it's like, yeah, that's a good thing, but like there's a pretty clear agenda here as to why they might be anti-Nazi. So it was really refreshing for me to see them be like, oh, hey, by the way, yeah, we used to work with those guys, it wasn't great. Just the fact that they're owning up to it and in any kind of capacity is kind of nice to see.
Yeah.
Because I really would have expected them to kind of just, like, continue to throw Nazis under the bus the whole time and just be like, we would never do something so horrible. Come on, this is Japan.
It's a strange nuance to tackle because it's like, I'm not going to just say you shouldn't throw Nazis under the bus.
Right, exactly, yeah.
You super should.
Throw them all under there.
It's the,
If you could go down there with the
history.
Nazi, don't throw the Nazi under the bus. Go ahead and just place him down there gently so you can lay down next to him, because we do need you to actually get hit by this bus a little bit, because you did fuck up as well, like really bad.
Really bad.
So it was,
but yeah,
it was very nice to actually see them kind of like fess up a little bit and
just
not kind of just be like super gung ho anti-Nazi.
Especially just given the reference of that this was less than 30 years ago at that point.
Good lord, yeah.
There was still very much people alive who experienced all that.
Yeah.
So,
And there still are today.
oh yeah, super.
Yeah,
Like,
of course. But like
we have an average man, just a father. He's not like an old man. He's just a regular ass dad
just a
who
dad,
was fully involved with this war.
I kind of want to point out a really wild thing. I don't know, I lost my mind at this right before the identity of this man is revealed as a former Imperial naval commander. We see a large painting behind his desk, and when he turns around after like feeling like he heard something or something, there's suddenly a big swastika painted on it.
Yeah, I guess that was like I guess that was Chameleon Man trying to fuck with him or something.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yes.
Yeah, he like takes one of the paintings the dude has in his room and he just like paints a big black swastika on it. Like, hey, you remember those guys? You used to be pretty good buddies, huh? Maybe
That
you might
was, like,
know
his entire
some of their
shtick.
secrets.
The Chameleon Man is like so good at actually being a villain that we could strangely take seriously. It was insane. He's this dumb chameleon man.
He's all covered in bumps.
He's got a stupid chameleon face, and yet he's like actually intimidating and crafty.
Yeah, he's been the most like well prepared villain. Like he's definitely been like the most credible threat so far, like without a shadow of a doubt.
I mean, hey, they call him the fucking Grim
for
Reaper
a
Chameleon
reason,
Man. Like, yeah, they might as well live up to that. I also of
even
note,
if he did have that dumbass laugh.
We get. He does have that really dumbass laugh, and he also has. We get that fun little shadow play.
Yes, the fucking weekend at Bernie's bit.
Well, no. Before that, when he's sneaking up to the house.
Oh yes, yeah.
And you see his shadow without seeing him, and it starts as just a static image of a shadow, and it looks like he's just kind of lifting up his hand, going like, "Hey guys."
Hey.
I love it. Super, like the shadow over the sign, as you're like establishing shot to show you the villain is here, and this is where here is, the exact same way they did with Scorpion Man. It was really fun.
It's super dope. Again, we go back to it. The cinematography in Kamen Rider, not to be sneezed at. Real solid stuff. Yeah, real solid cinematography.
Yeah, we get to some very interesting shots later on.
But yes.
I think in episode 7. But yeah, this cinematography is surprisingly good.
So the Chameleon Man harasses this naval officer. The naval officer is like, I'm not gonna fucking tell you anything about Nazi secrets. I think he threatens the daughter first and then he knocks him out, right?
Yeah.
No, he knocks him out and then he carries him away to his own home, puppeteering him.
Yeah. So yeah, there's he knocks this general out, and he weakened at Bernie's ass to the car. Which is great because it gives us a scene that helps us connect our mundanes to the plot. Because Shiro, Hiromi, and Rukio are walking on the street.
They're just walking
here.
around.
I guess they were going home or something. Yeah, but they're just walking around, and who is it that first points out? Oh no, it's Shiro, because Shiro sees Weekend at Bernie's man stumbling around, and he's like, "Whoa, that guy must have had a good night."
That guy's drunk as hell. Look at him.
And then I think it's
Ruriko. I think Ruriko or Hiromi. They look down and they see two shadows under the commander, and they're like, "Oh my god, it's a ghost!" To which Shiro looks at them and says the most incredible line ever.
So good. He goes, "What?"
Let me pull it up.
Yeah, please pull up the exact quote, because it's such a great line.
It was an absolute treat, and I lost my mind.
What's got two empowered women like you looking so frightened?
Queens?
Yeah. What's got two
Girl
girl
boss.
bosses like you shaking in your boots?
And then after that,
Stop
like,
shaking,
he
Queen.
noticed it.
Your crowd is falling off.
It's amazing, and they do what we've established. I guess always happens. Oh, it's time for Hongo to save the day.
Someone, I know someone bumps
There's-
into them somehow. I
Before
remember that
that-
because, like, I think it's Rurukio or
Before
one of them
that,
bumps into the dude, but like they actually hit the Chameleon Man first, because I think that's what draws them to look down and be like, "Look, two shadows."
Pretty
So-
much, yeah.
So, yeah, that.
And then they just beat
Oh
feet
yeah,
over
they
to the
beat
cafe.
feet back to the cafe where
Yeah.
Hongo is, and I think it's Tobe is the one who's like, you guys look like you've just seen a ghost, and they're like, "We have," and he's like, "What? A ghost?" So yeah, they go back to
Seems
the
fake.
cafe. Yeah, it seems fake. I don't believe you. They're like, "We saw a ghost," and then I forget how Hongo gets involved exactly.
Well,
So,
we cut back to the interrogation.
Yes, which at this point should be in the hospital, right?
there's one scene before the interrogation which sort of implies how Takeshi gets onto the scene.
Okay.
Takeshi is told of where they saw the ghost, and he goes and investigates with his cyborg ears, and then we see the
Right.
Oh, that's
interrogation.
right. He
His
hears the
cyborg
sound
ears.
of a body being dragged,
Yeah.
and then
Yes.
the narrator has to explain to us that Takeshi Hongo, himbo supreme that he is, has perfect cyborg ears, and he can hear a cat's meow from 1,000 miles away. He can hear a
The
Yeah.
600
gentle
IQ
lullaby in the
himbo.
wind.
Yes.
He's so perfect. We love you, Takeshi Hongo.
Perfect specimen.
Well, yeah, they weekend at Bernie's that guy all the way to the hospital to see his anime sickness daughter.
Yep.
Which is some real good work from the guy, because obviously there's not two people there, but the
Yeah.
guy has to pretend like he's walking and being dragged by two people, and he does a really good job, actually, of like pretending his limbs are being manipulated and just thrown around.
It's either that dude does some really powerful pantomime acting, or they had way better green screen technology than we thought in the 70s, and they were able to just like green screen out the already mostly green Chameleon Man.
I think it was pantomime.
But yeah,
Like,
I think it was pantomime too.
I-
Yeah, I think that dude was just a fucking acting tour de force.
and we never see him again.
Nope.
We-
He gets
we
2
said something over?
episodes.
Were you saying something?
What was that? I was just thinking that there's a third possibility of maybe they rigged up his
With some
suit
strings.
somehow, where they like were pulling strings, but also like
Yeah,
I
mean,
didn't
I guess
see
that
any,
could have been
so
a
I'm just
possibility.
like-
Yeah, but
I feel like he
Oh,
might just
magic
be a
of
really good
television.
actor.
magic of television.
It really happened. That's what happened. They
Yeah,
had
that's
an invisible
what it was.
chameleon man.
Some movie magic. It's called
Yeah.
Yeah.
practical effects and
The
acting.
practical effect in this episode was we found a dude who can turn invisible.
Muscles.
So we make scenes
It's very
where he
practical.
turns invisible.
Yeah.
That's it.
So we go to the we go to the hospital where we get introduced to Anime Sickness' daughter, who is trying to create something nice for her father for when he comes to visit. And I believe Dad comes stumbling in the room, as it were, and she's like, "Oh my gosh, Dad, it's you!" But it's not just him. Surprise! It's him and the Chameleon Man and a couple of Shocker Goons as well, I think.
Yes.
And then we learn that apparently every cyborg knows the spine punch of rebirth,
The wake up punch, yeah. Just
because
Spine
old
punch of
Chameleon
rebirth.
Man just like burps the dude like a baby, pretty much. One and done's him awake, and he's like, "Hey, wake up! We're at Anime Sickness Hospital. You wouldn't want anything bad to happen to your daughter and her frail constitution." And then this is the part where we get
not an empty threat.
yeah.
No.
Yeah, because this is the part where we get really wild.
No, it's
Chameleon
nothing.
Man's like, torture the girl until he talks. And so, like, two Shocker Goons just start, like, pounding on her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They like literally
Yeah.
And the
punch
dad
her
is like,
spine.
don't
I'm
do
just
that.
like,
She
what
just
the
had
hell?
surgery.
This little 10-year-old
She's
girl,
like 6.
sickly and just out of surgery, just sitting here minding her own business, now
She's
suddenly
getting
being beaten by
wailed on.
2 goons.
It was wild to watch.
What a day! Like, I'm just for
Yep,
the entire
it's a
scene.
show-
I'm just
it's a
thinking, this
show
is a
for
kid's
children.
show. This is the toned down version
Yeah,
of
I
the
can-
Girls
I-
aren't
I-
safe
we have-
from Shocker.
Yeah, no, and little boys aren't safe from Kamen Rider's powerful cyborg hands.
Yeah.
Whippers.
Basically, the point is no one is safe.
No one is safe in Kamen Rider.
I have to...
It's a lesson to teach children.
Weak whippers.
Powerful fleet.
I'm a cyborg weak.
Cyber fleet, and I'm not normal.
I knew.
20% chance at best. Beat me.
I can't even console a child.
Oh god.
Oh no.
Anyways, so
Great things happen soon.
Yeah, so through the power of the eyes, the dad reveals that the hidden Nazi secrets are hidden in a model of the submarine that he used to be captain of, that the daughter has. And in a scene that I just really enjoyed the visual of, like a Shocker dude goes and grabs it, and then a hand just comes out of the window behind the girl and grabs
Yes.
the toy and takes it from him. And then surprise,
I
it turns
labeled
out it's Kamen
Rider.
Rider.
I labeled it Rider Yoink.
Yeah.
Kamen Rider reveals that he has been watching from the window the entire
Entire time.
time.
While she was being beaten.
Yeah.
Yes.
He was just
He
like,
let
I'm gonna
that
let it. I need to let this happen.
Just like
I want to see how this shakes out.
Yeah, I really wonder how long was he just chilling outside that window. Do you think anybody noticed? Look at that man.
Hurts.
I hope.
Man, what's he doing up
Like just a random bypasser, just like, oh, look at that! There's so
Go away, old man.
just hanging out the
What
window.
you doing up there?
Sure,
What you
it's
doing
fine.
up
there?
son?
Anyways, not my business.
Kids these days.
Yeah, I'm just thinking of the bit from the Yu like the first episode of Yu Yu Hakusho. What the heck?
Yeah, that guy's
that
got
guy's got
horns.
horns. Well, it's no, just get off my nose. It's just the same.
You're
That
late,
that
old
guy's
man.
hanging out of the window. I think he's a cyborg. There's no skin off my nose.
It's not gonna ruin my day.
Yeah.
Not my business.
Oh, jeez. So yes, Takeshi Hongo reveals that he's apparently been hanging out the whole time, and he takes the submarine, and I'm trying to remember if we transition into a fight scene. Surely we must.
He
I
fights
think
them
he
off
chases
and
them off. Yeah.
yeah, they leave.
Yeah.
And then he sits down and has a conversation with the girl where she sort of exposes her relationship with her father. I tried to make a word out of exposition, that didn't work.
Exposés.
Exposes their relationship, and she's like, "Oh, look, I'm making this thing for my daddy if he ever
Expedises?
sees me
Is that
again. I hope he's not super dead and kidnapped by fascists."
Yeah.
Well, yeah, they definitely kidnap him again when
Yeah,
they
he's
get
super
chased
kidnapped.
off.
Yeah, they just took him with them, because obviously, why not?
Yeah. So what? We haven't gotten
They
to the box yet, right?
No,
No.
Hongo goes back to, I believe, the school, and he opens up the model and retrieves
This is
from
at the
it.
cafe.
Oh, it's at the cafe. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
we're
He
at
goes
Cafe
back in-
Amigo when he opens up the model.
He goes into the back of the cafe with Tachibana, and he opens up the model and retrieves from it an ancient scroll.
Yeah, the ancient
ancient-
scroll with
An
the Nazi
ancient
secret.
The ancient scroll of
27 years
Nazi
ago.
secrets.
from 26 years ago. It looks like an ancient
It
parchment.
really does.
It's
Tell me,
amazing.
fair traveler, wouldst thou partake of the ancient scroll of Nazi secrets?
Map.
Only 45 gold pieces.
Revealed to be the secret in this model on the scroll is a map with a location on it.
Yep. And so Hongo goes to that location, I believe. I believe he
Yes.
just goes straight there, and I'm pretty sure he just gets followed by the Chameleon Man, because that makes
Yeah.
sense. That's usually how this show works out.
Yeah, no,
Uh,
they were like, yeah, he's got the
the-
sub. We're just gonna follow
Yeah,
him.
we're just gonna follow him. He's got the sub.
There were
I'm watching through the episode right now, and they just cut from the map after they say, like, oh, this is where it is. And they cut to the chameleon just glowing red eyes.
See, that's how you
zoom
know.
in.
I see you.
he knows.
And then, boom, right back to
We complained a
to
lot
go in
about
there.
lack of clarity in the last
Uh-huh.
episode. I think Chameleon made up for it a lot because actually
bit.
we were very able to understand that
Really?
Yeah.
what he was doing
Yeah, for sure.
for the most part.
There's one part,
Yeah.
but we'll get to that in episode
Before
7.
Hongo and Chameleon are actually on site of the map's location. The location is revealed very conveniently by a construction on the site.
Oh, right, yes. Takeshi rolls up to the place only to find out that people are doing construction there. And they're like, there are some guys who are doing some digging, and the foreman's like, hey, get out, we're about to blow something up. And they're like, oh, okay. And so they blow a hole in this construction site, I guess, and they just uncover a cave. And the construction workers all gather around it like, whoa, a cave, how mysterious. You think there's treasure in it? Yeah, maybe there's treasure in it.
We got dibs.
And so they go to check out the inside of this tunnel, only to find, I thought it was the Chameleon Man, but the Chameleon Man shows up later, so I guess it was just the ghost of Adolf Hitler.
I was gonna say, like, yeah, that's what I wrote down too. It's just like Nazi ghost. Like they get scared off by
It's
something.
like just some
Yeah.
sort of like ghost fire shows up.
Actually, it's
Yeah, does not come back.
It's really the only thing in these two episodes that's not explained. But yeah,
Yeah,
it's just. Oh, go ahead, go over.
It's even better than, yeah, let's go, there's probably treasure in it, because the quotes are, you think there's treasure in there? No way. And then someone else says, we should probably
That
go
guy's
look,
me.
though.
Hell yeah,
Yeah.
honestly.
Yes, Sam.
There's no way there's treasure in there, but let's check it out anyway.
And then they all just enthusiastically go into this cave.
So yeah, they go into the cave, they get scared. And so Takeshi Hongo's like, I'm the biggest man. I'm such a man. Let me
I'm
show
not
you how
scared.
it's done. And so he goes into the cave where he finds the secret Nazi box, which is just
Box with a swastika
Yeah,
on
it's
it.
just a box with a swastika on it that you can't open.
Importantly, you cannot open it. Yeah.
Yeah,
There's
it's
some sort of special
even-
unknown lock.
Even though it really looks like a box that they just kind of spray painted to look metal, and so you could like very clearly see the seal where you would open it. It's really important that you have to know that you can't open the box.
Yeah. I'm really scratching my head at who was in that cave. I think it was
Right?
actually
Like,
just a
that's-
ghost, because in the scene where you see Hongo go into the cave, it cuts to the Chameleon Man outside of the cave, like
right.
peering in with
binoculars.
Yeah.
And then it zooms into the cave again with him coming out. So like everything would point to like, no, he's not in that cave.
Yeah, it's just, like it just has to
no, he's
actually
not.
be like the ghost of
just-
Adolf Hitler or something. Yeah.
It's just a ghost
Maybe
who is
the
Yeah, what the
Nazis
hell?
like
Like, I'm
sacrificed
just-
a general
What?
at this site to be like turned into a ghost and guard our treasure.
It literally is just a fireball. I just watched the clip.
Yeah,
it's
it's
just a fireball in the distance.
You know what it is?
Right?
It's not a ghost. It's fucking Ryu from Streets.
It's like
He's in the cave practicing, learning how to jump into light fears.
See y'all in Street Fighter 5, everybody.
It's full of his next favorite
This is
thing.
1971. He'll see you in Street Fighter 1.
In many, many years.
Yeah. But so yeah,
Just incomprehensible Nazi ghost.
yeah, incomprehensible Nazi ghost for sure. So Hongo gets the box. He heads out. He is of course attacked by Shocker because they want
Oh,
the
wait.
box.
Before that, we get a Hitler slideshow.
Yes.
Oh, that's
Yes.
right.
Real pictures of Adolf Hitler and Nazis? Just
With
Yeah.
software with background with the background noise being actual Hitler speeches
Yeah.
as they
Yeah,
narrate
that
I
just
guess an
threw me off
explanation of
guard.
Hitler. I don't know, maybe they figured some people might not know who Hitler is.
Yeah, I mean
I-
that's kind of got to be the explanation, right? Is they just had to be like, look, we have to explain to kids that Nazis are bad, but kids don't know what a Hitler is. So we
This-
got to show them. We got to be like this one. That's the bad dude.
This is hearsay on my part. I don't know how much of it is actually true, but I have heard that apparently for a while preceding World War II, there was heavy censorship of the existence of Nazis in Japan, sort of similarly to what Germany has done. So
Yeah,
maybe kids actually didn't
Yeah.
know.
They just needed to have some genuine information.
Yeah, they just had to be like, look, hey, kids, this is the bad guy. This is Adolf Hitler. He did some bad stuff, and we helped. That is the other thing. That is specifically the scene where General Sonata explains about like the Nazi treasure and like how he knows where it exists and everything and what it is.
That is next episode.
Is that next episode or is
Yes, that's next episode.
is that not later on this episode?
No, that is episode 7.
Okay.
No, yeah, this one is just he gives a brief explanation of what the swastika is, which is the symbol of the Nazis.
Yep.
There's a little explanation for you and like a brief overview of like what's the connection between
The Nazis.
Shocker and the Third Reich.
Yeah.
As if we didn't already know, because like 2 episodes ago they were like, using secret Nazi technologies, Shocker has been creating cyborgs.
Oh yeah, Hongo doesn't know.
Hongo doesn't know. Hongo doesn't know that he's a Nazi cyborg. All he knows is he's a cyborg that kills Nazis.
Good for you, Hongo.
Good for you.
Yeah.
So yes, we
And
get.
then
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I was just probably going to say about the same thing you were.
Yeah, we get our little Hitler slideshow, and then we get Hongo
this
getting
scene.
attacked. Again, another great fight scene with some good hill technology. We've got the powder blue dump trucks that we get to work off of. Those are always fun.
Yeah, a lot of swords. Also.
Yes, yeah. This
Yes.
is
With
this
the,
is when these are the episodes where Hongo racks up his sword kills
Yeah.
because he
Less
starts
explicit,
just
but he's definitely
eviscerating
stabbing
people.
and slashing
Yes.
dudes
Yeah.
really deadly like.
An honorable mention is how the scene starts with he's riding on his motorcycle and then the 2 like baby blue dump trucks just start like going on a collision course from opposite directions, and he just somehow like jumps up on his motorcycle like 15 feet in the air, and it's clearly a stunt double. I think he has a mustache.
Yeah, it's
And then he turns to the Kamen Rider, and I'm just like,
It's always good.
Masterful. I love it.
It's yeah, it's I mentally visualize the stunt that you just mentioned. And yeah, it's kind of wild just cuz the best part is he's parked. Right? He has no momentum. He has stopped. He has 2 trucks that are about to have sex at him. And
thank you for completing that.
yeah, of course, there's no way I wasn't going to. So he's got 2 trucks that are about to run him over. He's completely parked and stationary. And so he's like, I know I'm going to get out of this one. Let me grip it real tight, and I'm just going to jump with this whole motorcycle in between my legs. I'm just going to yeet myself up.
Yeah.
Because I can do that. Because I'm a cyborg.
Shut up.
Yeah, shut up. Hey, here's a thing that maybe you might not have considered. Shut up.
And then he lands perfectly on a hill. And he just jumps off his motorcycle. Does a backflip.
Onto the truck.
Onto the truck.
Look, I don't understand what about this is so confusing for you, Gopher. This is Kamen Rider we're talking about.
No, I'm
so
just
good.
living it again, and it's just so great. Ooh, and we also get him, I think this is the first time, we get him doing the Kamen Rider pose.
Yeah.
He jumps onto the hill.
Oh, that was so good. I'd already seen him as such a perfect iconic figure. I didn't even really consider his pose to be something. Oh my, he just blows me away every time he's on screen. It just seemed so natural.
Which...
Yeah, it's real quick.
Now that okay, never mind. I was going to say something, but I was doing the pose wrong. I was going to say, now that I try to do it, it's really uncomfortable, but no, it's just the other arm.
Yeah. It's the good pose.
So moving forward, we get to go back to the Shocker base where the Grim Reaper Chameleon has our friend General Asuda kidnapped. I believe, is he ransoming him for the box? Because they still don't... Oh, wait. I'm trying to remember now. Is it actually back to the Shocker base, or is it back to Juon College? Is this the part where...
though.
I think it's the base, because the next thing I had written down was that there's this council of at the time I thought they were white-faced, but I think they're just white. It's the White Council in their fucking KKK robes and their fucking iron crosses.
Yes, because this is where
we... the base, but I do want to just have on record that the guy Kamen Rider chokes out just disappears.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
And he
does kill that guy by choking.
He has died.
Yeah, that's right.
Who could have done this?
Who killed the smoke?
Who killed the Shocker minion?
But yeah.
But yes,
he does not get information out of a minion.
we get the White Council shows up to tell us about how the Brox is impregnable, cannot be pregnated.
And how Kamen Rider is too perfect, except for his belt.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, the Chameleon Man's like, all right, Kamen Rider's got the box. I gotta beat Kamen Rider. What's his weakness?
They, when discussing his weakness, also bring up some very confounding revelations to us as the audience. At least for me, they did not say Kamen Rider's armor is impenetrable. They say Kamen Rider's skin is bulletproof.
And apparently his cyborg skin includes radiation vents.
Yeah.
That's what the sections on his chest piece are.
They're not just abs, don't worry.
Yeah, apparently they aren't his huge juicy abs.
His big juicy... No, I...
No, you can't be... Don't go back to that place.
Cannot.
Fight it, you're stronger than this.
He's got one vent
me.
there.
Oh.
Anyways.
moving on.
Oh man, that was like a fucking pressure valve. Anyway, so yeah, we are given the potentially disturbing revelation that maybe Kamen Rider's not wearing a suit, and he's just like that.
She's got skin.
Just like that.
It's the new him.
It might
don't
be
even
ripping
call
off
it a
his
shell.
human suit.
Freak.
It's not even. It's just skin.
Yeah, apparently, when he gets on the motorcycle, it dyes his skin black and green or something. I don't. It's such a weird. I really
So
hope that
much.
was just like a weird translation error.
It
And
could've
we're
been.
I
gonna
hope
like
it wasn't.
in another episode they're gonna be like, no, it's definitely a suit, you guys.
Well, we'll wait and see.
I want him to have them fleshy fans.
Like
Me
the thing is, like,
too.
we don't get any like any visualization of his transformation outside of he is at one state at one moment and he is in another state at the other. Even when he has his suit on without a helmet, it's not like the helmet goes around him. It's just like, poop, I now have a helmet now. And you can say that's limits of the medium and their special effects budget, but it's also like a, I don't know, like it could be anything. It could go
Yeah.
either way. We have no
It's his
confirmation.
face.
We just don't know.
Like, for reference, for other media of the time, I know there's years between it, but it's pretty clear. Very, very extremely minor spoilers for Himitsu Sentai Gorenja, but they also have instantaneous transformations.
Sure.
But it is clear that it is clothing.
Yeah.
It is a suit. It is a transformation wherein they get power-ups that come with a suit, with powers.
Yeah. I know
Another-
definitely speaking. Oh, go ahead, Gopher.
Another painful revelation.
Yes?
If he's in fact wearing, if that's just his skin,
Mm-hmm.
does that mean his big eyes are actually his eyes?
Oh god,
I love it.
he's got big old
Big ol'
bug
eyes.
peepers.
His big, beautiful eyes.
Big old
What
glow in the dark
beautiful
peepers.
eyes you have, Hongo.
What beautiful eyes
All
you
the
have,
better to
Hongo.
see you
All the
with.
better to see fascists with.
And what
So I
big
may hunt
powerful
them down.
whippers you got.
All the better to strangle fascists with.
Fucking meat's huge too. God, fucking Takeshi Hongo. It's yeah, we don't know. Maybe he's just you know when that one person tweeted "rip to him," but I'm built different. Apparently, Takeshi Hongo is in fact built different.
He was covertly cyborgified to be different.
He's a cyborg freak and he's not normal. We have been over this.
Yeah, you already know the percentage chance of beating him, especially if you add V2 to the mix, right? We're not gonna get into it.
Oh. Incredible.
So I think it's now back to the university after we met our council of racists.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
as we get to the university, we're met with a brilliant scene. And I think everyone will know which one I'm talking about, as Hongo is just so happy to open up the secret Nazi box.
Oh right.
Yeah, he's just like literally skipping and hopping. He's so happy to
So
have the secret Nazi box.
Hongo's
I got a
stupid
Nazi
run
box.
is a highlight we forgot to mention from
It's
another
so-
episode.
I'm going to open this.
He runs like a jackass.
He runs like such a dick.
He just like lurches his body forward and starts like just
That's me
pedaling
on my
his
way to get
legs.
pizza, and that's Hongo on his way to get Nazi secrets.
Oh god.
gonna get it. Oh yeah, and there's a fucking that really good shot of him just holding up the Nazi box with the big swastika on it. And going,
Big
I'm gonna
smile.
open this with a
Yeah.
big smile.
Oh, I'm gonna open a Nazi box.
The pizza box.
Oh, it's so
God.
good.
Yes. Yeah, great scene. So he comes rolling up on Juon University where he runs into Tachibana and Rukio. He lets them know that he's got the box. He's interestingly I wonder if this was just like a line they added to pad out dialogue, because I feel like they don't reference the fact that anything happened with this, but he does ask Tachibana to tune up his bike. I don't think anything happens with that, right?
I mean, maybe in episode 8.
Maybe in episode 8. Who knows?
Oh. You know what? You know what the relevance is? Is it makes him not have the bike in the next scene. Because in the next episode, this comes up later.
So he can get a cab.
Yeah.
Yes, so he will need to get a cab.
Well, you know what? Thank you for mentioning that, Shakes, because honestly, watching that live, when I saw him get the cab, my thought was, why didn't he take his bike?
Honestly, I had a weird, I mean, maybe this is a little overthinking on my part, but I was thinking, I don't know if it was considered a bit much for a single man and a single woman to ride embracing on a bike, because that's the safe way to ride on a bike.
Yeah.
I thought maybe it was a little much for 70s Japan.
Yeah, to be fair, I definitely could have. That might have been seen as scandalous unless it was known they were together.
Or at the very least, it might have been a step that maybe platonic friends aren't ready for.
You want me to ride with you?
It's like that's the indirect kiss of vehicle riding.
Yeah.
holding onto his powerful body.
The indirect kiss is when someone gets out of a seat and lets you move into their seat and it's still warm. That's an indirect kiss in a car.
That's real. I don't know about indirect, actually. Shit.
That's a butt kiss right
My
there.
butt is touching your butt warmth. We are more intimate than we have ever been.
We're brothers now.
Yeah, we are brothers now.
Brothers? That's not what I
Die
wanted.
for you.
We're butt brothers.
No.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Speaking of the cab though.
Yeah, a really nice
Bougie
looking
cab.
Really
this
nice.
cab rolls up. This sleek black car rolls up with like a red velvet interior.
Ooh, baby.
Ooh.
Shocker really accommodates you when kidnapping.
Yeah, they really go all out.
I'm just spoiling that now because we all instantly were like, yeah, that's going to be a Shocker kid.
Yeah,
And
pretty instantly.
I know that the car is coming to a stop, but to avoid showing the face, as they try to do, as he's still driving the car, he is not looking at the road, he is looking at Hongo. And so he's just not eye on the road at all. It's a little weird looking back at it.
Well, look, he's got chameleon eyes. Like, he doesn't need to... Him eyes do the spin.
And he doesn't, tilt his head back a little bit more to, greet them. He just, keeps it straight forward.
Yeah.
Or straight to the
I
side.
think it passes all right, given that you could presume that they called this cab, and he was like, "Oh, there are my passengers." But it could be a little weird, maybe.
Yeah, it's...
I think they did the best they could.
Yeah, I mean, it's still, that's just a fun little detail.
Yeah, they got the point across.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead, Jake. It seems like you...
Oh, no, no.
Okay. I did want to roll it back just a little bit because we do have to cover... We almost glossed over the reason why he's at Juan University, which, like we mentioned, is to try and go ahead and get that box open. And so he goes and talks to one of his...
compatriots?
Box opening
Constituents?
friends?
Peers?
I don't...
Mr. Abe.
Here-
What the
Mr. Abe.
Yeah,
Abe.
Mr. Abe.
Yeah.
What the fuck is this dude's major?
Boxer.
he's
Nazi
the,
secrets.
The
Yeah,
cameraman on
like-
Game Center CX.
He's like, this box got no lid on it.
Box ain't got no lid, my bro.
And to which 600 IQ Hongo is like, really? No lid?
Yeah. We learned that
Whoa,
the
no
box
way.
is made of some sort of special alloy, and they cannot penetrate it.
Yeah, so Hongo leaves off the box with Abe to try and be like, hey, see if you can get this open, but also don't push yourself about it. Because I guess he just knew he couldn't and wanted to throw him a treat or something. I don't know. Here,
Well,
boy, have fun.
He needed to set up the misdirection for their
Right.
next episode.
The prestige, yeah, that's
Yeah, he
Yeah,
had his
no, that's
prestige
fair.
plan, 600 IQ, seeing 5 moves ahead. Hongo.
yeah. Hongo out here playing 4D chess, double kicked up on a Thursday afternoon.
Sun's still out.
So Hongo and Rukio go and take a cab, but it's secretly a shocker cab. At some point in time, they're going to the hospital. That's it. They're taking a cab to the hospital to go see anime disease girl. What's her name? Yuna, something like that. Started with a Y.
Oh, I wrote it down somewhere. Where was it?
Yomi?
You're right.
I don't know.
Yuri.
Yuri. Okay.
Yuri.
Yuri.
So yes, they are going to go see Yuri in the hospital, because.
Dad's
No,
still
yeah. Why are
kidnapped.
they going to see?
They're gonna visit her. Dad is.
I think
still
they're just coming to check on her because her
guess.
father's gone.
Yeah,
So.
definitely very.
Oh,
kinda
Yumi. I'm
just
sorry.
like,
Not.
Oh, Yumi.
It was Yumi, not Yuri.
Oops.
Okay.
Yumi.
I wrote the name too fast.
Yeah,
and-
she was making. They cut to her briefly because she was making progress on her recovery, and they wanted to.
Yes, her
I wanted to
walking
see
very
her.
slowly in the hallway.
Gonna surprise
Yes.
Papa.
Shit slow, okay?
She just got beaten up. Leave her
Yeah.
alone.
Come on, take
You got
it easy,
looked.
girl.
You had surgery, you get punched in the spine by a Nazi, and you're still walking. I respect that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
This girl's got a
Good
heart.
job, Yumi.
She's gonna be a Kamen Rider in the future.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
gonna say.
She's
Hell
also
yes.
gonna be a D&D character in the future.
Ooh.
So yeah, they are planning on going to go see Yumi, but unfortunately the cab that they go into is a Nazi cab, and so they are
Easy
kidnapped
mistake.
by the Chameleon Man, who closes off the front end and the back end of the car and pumps in sleep gas to take out Rukyo and Takeshi Hongo together.
Before we
'Cause-
get to the sleep gas, I'd like to point out when they stop the car and they're trying to get the cab driver's attention, there's actually a really nice cut of him turning around and he turns into the chameleon.
Yes,
And it's just like, dang.
yeah, that was
Very
a good cut.
good.
It's like surprise.
Very clean.
Yeah, dude.
Like,
Again,
It's
quality
less clean on a rewatch
cinematography.
because the color grading is different, but you know, whatever. It was very nice. And then they pump in that sleep gas.
Yep, they sleep gas all Hongo and Rukyo, and here is my thing.
And then the chameleon grows a big mustache and starts twiddling it because he
Yeah.
has his new
I was-
plan.
We'll get to that. Here's a thing I want to complain about.
Yeah.
If they had given us a scene where Takeshi Hongo attempted to kick out a window, and then he
Right.
couldn't, and then the chameleon was
Yeah.
like, "This is secret Nazi plate glass or whatever,"
Yeah.
that would have been something.
He was just
He
instantly
he
incapacitated.
doesn't even try. He doesn't try to open a window. He doesn't try to open a door. He doesn't try to break the partition. He's just like, "Oh, sleep gas. Guess I'm out." And it's so like out of character for kill first, ask questions later Takeshi Hongo.
A little bit.
To be fair, Hongo often sort of plays into the enemy's hands to try to get them to take him to his base a lot, though.
Yeah, that's true. So maybe this was one of those.
Maybe.
Maybe he heard it was sleep gas and was like, maybe those dumbasses will take me to their base. and then. But
I mean, if they wanted to just kill him, they have like nerve gas. We've
Apparently,
seen it,
yeah.
so
I don't know. Maybe nerve gas doesn't work on cyborgs because cyborgs don't have like normal people
Sleepy
nerves.
guest.
and they're not normal.
Like, this is a little graphic, but if they wanted to kill him, they had him incapacitated and they had a car. I feel like they could have done something with that.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
But
Yeah.
instead, in the next scene,
Yeah, as
Have
Shakes
them
alluded to,
gingerly
they
placed-
decided to go the Dick Dastardly route.
just
And so they
Get your
take the
ragtime piano.
unconscious. Yeah, they take the unconscious Rukyo and Takeshi and they tied them to chain tracks. But it doesn't work because since Takeshi is a cyborg now, he has like a stronger he has a +3 to Constitution, whereas most people only have the +0 to Constitution. So he makes his con save, and he just wakes up earlier than he was supposed to. They have him chained up, which we've already proven in the past doesn't work on Takeshi Hongo, so he just breaks out of the chains, and then he escapes in probably the worst way possible.
But I love it.
It's the most extra way, that's for sure.
Yeah,
For sure. Well, yeah, so it's the most
Hongo.
Takeshi Hongo way.
Yeah. Because it's on a bridge. They set him up on a bridge with a train coming, and instead of us, like, I don't know, going to the other track where the train is not coming,
Well, I think it might have been a single-track bridge. But yes.
Or even
the side of the bridge, and then swings around to hang on the underside of the bridge with one
always
hand.
Still while
Ruriko
holding-
thrown over his shoulder.
Yeah.
Yes. While carrying the damsel.
Truly the King Kong of modern times.
Honestly, yeah. I forget how I guess he follows them to the base or something from there. I honestly forgot how this leads into the next scene.
The
it's
next
just-
scene. Oh,
Go
sorry,
ahead.
Gopher.
No, just go ahead.
The next scene is not yet at the base. The next scene, we are catching up with Chameleon and what his gang of mooks are doing. We see Mr. Abe back at the university as he is packing up and leaving because he's like, oh, well, I couldn't break into it. Oh, well.
Right,
and
yeah, he
Mr.
even-
Tachibana and Shido have arrived.
Yeah, our good buddy Shido's here again.
That's right.
Yes.
Yeah,
Hanging
they
out.
show up to I guess assist in the ruse that is about to happen.
I guess, well, because they say specifically that they're gonna meet Hongo there, and I guess they're gonna go collect the box. Because even Tachibana makes a point to say that he thinks that Hongo is being a little paranoid. So it kind of implies that they are there to collect the box, so it doesn't spend the
Yeah.
night over at Julon College.
Yeah.
Yes.
Needless
I
to
don't-
say, they get captured.
Yeah.
Because I don't know how much time passed between when Hongo was put to sleep and woke up, but Chameleon beat him all the way over here by quite a bit.
Well, he doesn't really beat him by that much, does he?
I guess not by that much, but plenty enough for them to actually have gotten in. And oh my gosh, yes, the 4D chess is fully in action now. They beat up Shiro and Tachibana, and one thing I love is that during the scene, Shiro is like, man, my boss sure works me hard. And I'm like, that's fair. You're a waiter? I don't understand why you're helping your boss with this.
Yeah, definitely just like
Gotta.
doing crap. It's weird because like he has a point in that he is probably doing things outside of what his contract as a waiter should require him to do, but also he is saying the specific line he says is the boss sure is a slave driver, and he is saying that in response to being requested to make a phone call.
Tell me
Like
what to do.
it's
We're gonna do everything
definitely
around
a
here.
weird disposition.
straw.
Like this is extra shit you aren't supposed to be doing, yeah. But like also all he asked you to do was call a guy.
The final straw. This is all it took.
I quit.
I quit.
We
This is
quit.
too
Oh,
much.
now we're being attacked by Nazis.
Yeah.
Also, Tachibana makes his like badass stand against them.
Hell yeah.
Yes.
He has nothing to back it up, but he just stands his ground like super hard, and they just like chop him.
Yep.
Yeah, just
I
immediately
believe-
like
Oh, go ahead.
a chameleon comes over and just judo chops him in the back of the neck, and he drops like a sack of potatoes, and they just take this Nazi secret box.
Is it a chop to the
Yeah, they
back
don't
of the
even
neck?
take him, don't
I think so.
Or no, they do take him.
Well, because I was gonna ask, because I was gonna say, I think they abuse his old weakness revealed in episode 2
Oh,
of a blunt
right.
object to the
Wait.
shoulder.
No, they
Not
just-
yet.
They just punch him in the back of the neck.
Oh, okay.
Yes. That is revisited later during an amazing scene.
Okay. But they give him the old cyborg spine
Oh yeah, that's
readjustment.
later. Yeah,
Yes.
this time they just kidnap him
Um.
with a punch.
Yeah, so
They're not. No, they didn't kidnap him yet. I don't think.
Yeah, no, well...
I don't believe they kidnap him in this scene. I'm pretty sure they just take
No.
the
No,
they
box,
don't.
right?
They just took the box.
No, yeah, that's next episode. Damn, man, I'm getting all
We're getting a
confused.
little.
I'm sorry,
There's
I'm
so
sorry.
many
Getting
things have
jumbled.
happened. So, immediately following that scene, they all file out of the back room, single file.
They single file. Right, so that's the worst part. They steal the box. Someone somehow triggers an alarm in the
Yes.
school, and they're like, "The alarm's gone off. We gotta go." And then, like, it's like watching a bunch of kids do a fire drill. They're just like slowly
really.
single file, like, "All right, everybody, nobody run. It's just a drill. Come on now, you know where you need to go." So they make a single file line out of the building, except one of them doesn't make it out because they are intercepted by man, myth, legend Hongo Takeshi, and he decides he's going to do a little subterfuge of his own. So he gives that dude a cyborg spinal readjustment, and I think it just cuts at that point,
Yeah,
right?
it cuts
doesn't.
there.
It
It
just
goes to the
cuts
truck.
to the truck.
Yeah, it cuts straight to the truck, where
And we also
shocker.
get. This is just a very small thing, but we also get just a nice shot of Mount Fuji.
Yeah, this is just a really nice
Yes.
shot of Fuji-san.
There's nothing funny about that. It's just
It's just
actually nice.
Good mountain.
It's just
It's
Oh, that
really
mountain.
lovely. Oh,
So yeah, we follow Shocker as they take a truck all the way back to their home base, and we get a little bit of internal dialogue that helps us determine that Takeshi Hongo has infiltrated his way into Shocker by dressing up as one of the Shocker guys.
To be honest, his disguise is really good. It's hard to tell.
It really
Yeah, it
is,
is.
but I feel like that's also partially Shocker's fault because these are the first Shocker minions to ever have actual masks.
Right? Yeah.
Everyone else are just dudes with painted faces, and these ones are like guys with masks on. And
Masks, domino masks, and hats and stuff.
yeah, exactly. Like if they just didn't have the masks, he could not have pulled this off. Because he could have like painted his face and everything, but they would have just been like, "Hey, wait a minute, you're Takeshi Hongo." I'd recognize that perfect hair anywhere. Get him.
School.
So it's really the hat's fault, is what you're saying.
Yeah, really, it's the hat's
Yes.
fault. Yeah.
So not identifiable.
So they follow we I guess follow Shocker all the way to their base, where I believe they have. Oh, but we don't see it. Yes, they have Suda-san here at the base, but we don't know that he is at the base yet. Initially, we are watching as Shocker is like, "Haha, we've got our special Nazi box, and now to open it with the Nazi wavelength emitter."
with Dr. Heinrich's
And-
tiny Nazi device, patent
Yeah.
pending.
We get a lovely shot of the box as well that clearly shows there is a lid.
Yeah, it's just so obviously, hey, there's a lid on this box.
I love it. They say that the tiny device matches some sort of strange freak wavelength that is the only way to open the box.
Sure, whatever.
Sure, why
And-
not? Yeah.
Yeah. And then, quite possibly, the greatest show of power Shocker has ever displayed.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, our head fascist actually pays attention to his like minion tracker, and he's like, "Hey, fucking Chameleon Man, you fucked up. I sent you out with 6 dudes, and only 5 of them came back, but you've got a 6th guy. Someone here is an imposter." I very much so appreciate that he adds the line 5 + 1 is 6.
People
Fuck,
die
dude,
when
it
they're
sure
killed.
is.
My notes read, Shocker knows math.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, Shocker do be knowing math though.
Also, worth noting for the future, because we're going to see Heinrich a lot. This dude is white. This
Yep.
dude is not speaking Japanese. He is dubbed with Japanese.
I believe
But-
that. I wonder.
It do not match the flaps whatsoever, which is fascinating.
I love it.
They do.
What?
Unfortunately, the wiki does not have for us in the cast list that I am seeing so far. Yeah, we do not have the casting for who plays Dr. Heinrich, unfortunately.
They just found some white guy who was
Yeah.
there as a tourist, and we're like, "Hey, you want to make $50?"
Maybe, honestly.
Hold this Nazi
You
device.
look pretty evil. You want to make $50?
Yeah, you look racist.
Whoa!
That'd
I mean, white.
Whoa!
I can't say that. I'm not allowed to say that. I'm half white.
Dr. Heinrich. Well, no pity for Dr. Heinrich.
Yeah, no
You're a
pity for
racist
Dr.
Nazi.
Heinrich.
No.
So yeah, Dr. Heinrich takes out his small device. He tries to open the box. He finds out the box is fake. Then Shocker Leader is like, "Hey, so is one of your guys, you dumbass." And he reveals that it's Takeshi Hongo. And Takeshi Hongo, being Takeshi Hongo, starts whooping ass. Because that's
Until
that's
he
what
gets
he
dropped
does
in a
these
pit.
situations. Oh yeah, that's right. He
Yes.
gets dropped in the pit that's too big.
This is
It's the rider-proof pit.
Yeah.
This is the beginning of episode 7 also.
Yeah, this is where episode 6 ends and becomes episode 7.
Yes.
Okay, so one thing is, I'm probably butchering this name, but Jacques Einheim
Mm-hmm.
is the actor who portrays Dr. Heinrich.
Really?
And this is his only role.
They just found some white
Well,
guy.
Director knew this white guy and was like, "Hey, we're gonna dub you anyways."
Jacques Einheim.
I'm
Wow, what a
probably
name.
butchering that name, but
Did they
if
find like
anyone else can pronounce things better than I.
an actual
Jacques.
German tourist?
Oh yeah, I was gonna say
That's
maybe
just
unless it's Jacques
Oh,
Einheim.
Jacques.
It's Jacques Heinheim.
Okay, see, there you go. I'm really bad.
So he's French.
Yeah, he's a French German.
Yeah, I guess.
Einheim seems German.
Yeah, Einheim seems,
Einheim.
or at
Einheim.
least like
Ian?
Central European somehow.
Actual white guy.
Actual white guy.
Actual white guy.
Shia LaBeouf.
Put that on the box.
White.
I love it. Like, in all of the, and I don't know, maybe this is sounding strange. This is coming from the perspective of, hi, I'm going to out myself here as a Korean American, but like, I'm very used to predominantly white people in media here in America. So watching foreign media, specifically East Asian media, and just seeing like one random white person show up is wild to me. Like, I lose my mind every time this guy shows up. I'm like, yeah, go white boy, yeah.
Go white boy, go.
Okay,
But not Dr.
But
Heinrich.
not really.
But, you know.
so like V, I totally understand where you're coming from.
Yes.
I need you to put yourself in my shoes for just a couple of seconds.
Okay.
And remember and understand that I have no Asian heritage whatsoever. And every time I see a black dude in Kamen Rider, I go fucking ape shit. It's so wild seeing a black guy just show up, especially because in modern they've only showed up in like modern seasons now, so they just speak fluent Japanese. It's so
That's amazing.
it's such a like visceral experience just being like, whoa, black dude, they have those in Japan? He speaks Japanese, whoa!
It's like the. Yeah.
It's
I mean, have you seen those SoftBank dog commercials?
I haven't, unfortunately.
Oh, I need to show you SoftBank Dog's family.
Yeah, you'll have
Okay,
to.
we will do that after this recording.
But yeah, it's especially because they will speak Japanese. They will like clearly speak fluent Japanese, and also you can tell it's them because they either like will only have a very slight or have no accent at all, and so you're like, whoa, black dude speaking Japanese, sounding like he's like American or something. Oh, it's so wild. It's fun though. It's awesome. It's super cool.
Yes.
Just being like, black dude.
I honestly, I don't know, maybe it's just part of my experiences living as a minority here, but like, whenever I see like an Asian character in American media, I'm like, that one, hell yeah, you go, dude. And whenever I see a minority, like in other media, like for instance, you know, the one black guy that shows up in the anime, I'm like, yeah, you go, my man.
Hey,
I'm
look,
so proud of you.
there is a reason that me and my brothers latched on to Piccolo and thought he was the coolest character watching Dragon Ball Z when we were kids. And it's not because he was green. That was a
So
brother,
in a weird
and we
way
knew
that
it.
might have helped. Hey, that is not an isolated incident. I definitely have heard a lot of that story.
Oh yeah, no,
Yeah.
that is, Piccolo is basically a black icon at this point.
Might as well be.
I'm so proud of you, Piccolo. You go, man.
The only other experience that I can think of that's kind of similar, and Gopher, I think, or not Gopher, but Shakes, you might be able to touch on this slightly because you might know the one reference I'm going to bring up is when you see, like, Western media being kind of, like, repurposed for Japanese purposes, if that makes sense. And the one specific reference I'm going to make is... It's the tag team, I think, of Dick Togo and Gato were the tag teams that came out to Insane in the Membrane by Cypress Hill. Holy shit, man.
Oh yes, the hey, we took some American music. 'Cause we
Yeah,
thought it
just like
sounded
we
cool.
clearly just took an American rap song and we made that our entrance theme because we're supposed to be bad guys.
Yeah.
And I'm over here in the stands just jamming while Dick Togo and Gato come out and flip people off. And it's so weird, but it's so fun at the same time. But anyway, as we will continue,
Kamen Rider fell down a pit.
Yeah, Kamen Rider fell down a pit.
Specifically designed to trap Kamen Riders.
Kamen Rider fell down a bottomless spirit hole, and as we all know, when you fall in a bottomless pit, you die of starvation.
Starvation.
No, but yeah, so that will bring us to the beginning of episode 7, Grim Reaper Chameleon Showdown at the Old World. Let's try that again. Grim Reaper Chameleon Showdown at the Old World's Fair, which is Kamen Rider episode 7. It aired on May 17th, 1971. And unfortunately, since we don't have a plot again, we're just going to have to go with a synopsis, which says, continuing his battle against Grim Reaper Chameleon, Takeshi Hongo attempts to rescue Tatsuo Tsunada, and uncover the truth behind the Nazi treasure before Shocker can lay their hands on it. Ugh.
Shako the clown.
Yeah, Shako the clown.
First thing I remember about this episode, I don't know why I didn't write it down. The force of him falling down the pit is enough to spin the turbine and turn him into Kamen Rider.
So good.
Oh, that's right!
The pit is so long, it gives him enough wind.
That he turns into Kamen Rider, but it doesn't matter.
Then it's worthless.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think the first thing I remember is because we all commented on this, of just like, they ended the cliffhanger at the wrong place.
Yeah.
Because they have the cliffhanger be when he is falling down the hole, but what happens is he gets to the bottom of the hole, and then they start compressing the ceiling on him, and like he isn't able to get enough power. Right, like the walls are too thick for him to punch through.
He cannot
the hole is
escape
too
from.
high for him to jump out of, and then they start compressing the walls on him, and so he doesn't have enough power to be able to like withstand it. So it's like, why wouldn't you make the cliffhanger be as he is getting crushed? Like, establish the stakes first.
He fell down a hole. See you next time. We're out of time. See you on Thunder.
Like, there's even a line that's like a slow zoom, and then a line of him being like, Kamen Rider's power cannot last forever, and it's just like, add a string to that, put a be continued on it, boom, you're good.
Yeah,
that's it. Yeah, like, maybe a memo got mixed up somewhere.
Probably. But
I think we also this is also where we cover just the confirmation that this box is in fact the fake box. which Dr. Heinrich confirms by pulling out his piece, shooting it point blank.
Yes. Yeah, so Hongo, as he's being pressed, reveals his ruse, being like, hey, you can't kill me, because if you kill me, you'll never get the real box, because that one's fake, you dipshits. And Heinrich is like, maybe it is fake, because I couldn't open it, let me test. And he shoots the box.
Just reaches in his pocket and just pulls out a Luger.
Yep. Apparently the doctor, much like many people in the series, keeps that motherfucking thing on him.
Yeah.
24/7.
Yeah. And I love that that's like the only, that is either the only or it is the most convenient way that he had to test that hypothesis that the box wasn't real. He was like, well, I got a piece here. BAM! Yeah, no, it's fake.
Yeah,
They said it was-
should be bulletproof.
Yeah, they said it was impenetrable, so I guess if you really are just that extra, go for the showmanship. Just whip it out.
And let's be honest,
Yeah.
you are that extra. You're a Nazi.
Exactly.
You know it's extra, actually, because there's a line of and the wavelength meter isn't responding.
Right, yeah.
Which means that they could have opened it if it was real with the wavelength meter.
We just
Yeah.
reached down.
Like,
Pull the lid.
Yeah, just open the fucking lid.
No, he glued it. We can't.
It's so, like, it's such an
That
obvious
gorilla glue.
partition. It's so hard to, like, look at this episode and be like, what do you mean you can't open the box? The line is right there. Grab and lift.
Suspension of disbelief is very hard sometimes.
It can be a little rough in the 70s.
So they subsequently release Hongo when he confirms that this is all a ruse and the box is fake, and they confirm that for themselves. And he's like, so I gave the box to Dr. Oyama, who is currently holding it, and then they're like, all right, get 'em, boys.
Yeah.
And then they don't.
And then they're like, we have you surrounded and you don't have enough power. You can't beat us, Kamen Rider. And then he, like, beats 3 dudes and runs away.
This
so-
Oh, yeah,
tactical
they're like-
espionage.
they're like, oh yeah, these are trained and skilled agents, and then he just walks out.
Yeah, you use your training and your talents.
Oh yeah, they
Defeat-
have. Yes. And then he just sort of ducks him and is like, "Okay, bye."
All right, bye. Yeah.
He
So
throws a few like karate kicks and such, but then just
Yeah.
walks out.
Yeah.
just
Hides in the ceiling and
Beautiful.
just avoids every single one of
Yep.
them.
hides. Yeah. So we get some tactical espionage action from old Kamen Rider, where he does some hiding out against some Shocker agents, and I guess he either knew or he randomly chooses
Completely stumbled
the
into
door
it.
that has Tsunade-san in it. Right. So he picks somewhere to hide, and it's like, oh, lo and behold, Tsunade-san is just here, which is fortuitous for us. And apparently also in the room that Tsunade-san is in is like a drain pipe above him or something, because water is leaking down.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, because the whole base is under a lake.
Right.
As we find out in a
Yeah.
moment.
Well, I think we might have known that already.
We had an establishing shot. It's
Oh, you're
they
right. We
enter
did have
through a
that shot.
shrine that takes them in an elevator down.
Yeah.
Yes, I completely forgot
No,
about
wait.
that.
The shrine in the elevator is Mantis Man.
You're right. I don't
Oh
know
no, it's all
anymore.
bleeding together. I
Yeah,
completely
it's-
It is
believed you.
all
It's Oprah
completely-
O's all over again.
What?
Scrubs joke.
Oh, right. I haven't watched.
Wow,
Scrubs
that was a
so
pull.
long.
Well, if you're looking for pulls, B's your B, I guess. I don't know.
I'm your B.
I was there. That's a pull.
If we don't know already, we know now. They emerge out of a lake and maybe flooded the base.
Yeah, that's one thing that I wanted to comment on too. Kamen Rider has like I guess a long and storied history of just jumping out of roofs of buildings with places. But he clearly has Tsunade-san set up in such a way that he definitely slams his head on the roof. Like he for sure slams his head
Don't
on the
worry.
roof as
Don't
they're
worry
going
about it. It's
out.
made of bubble wrap.
Concussed
like,
this
sure,
former Imperial.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like, they get out of the lake and they're like, Sonata-san, are you okay? And I'm like, no, that guy has a concussion for sure. You slammed his head first into the roof.
Also, they emerge from the lake, and the dude's dripping wet, and Hongo has perfect hair. Perfectly
Yeah, I
dry
was
hair
just gonna
somehow.
mention-
Perfect hair. That's the power of a cyborg, baby.
Yeah. Wind powered drying off like a hand dryer.
Oh, that's a good point. Actually, I never thought of it that way.
That's
I just thought he couldn't get wet because he no longer has human skin or hair.
But in the next frame, he's wet again.
Yeah.
It's because this man got his droplets on him
Whoops.
when he was during the conversation. Oh, we've come to an incredible point, though, I think, with what happens next.
Oh, yes,
Oh,
this is when...
Oh, right.
Well, first we get an explanation of what the secret treasure is.
Oh, yeah.
Or sort of, or what it means, I guess. It is some sort of treasure that is worth trillions of dollars. It's the
Trillions of
Philosopher's
dollars.
Legacy from Metal Gear Solid 3. Like, it's secret Nazi treasure that is worth a lot, and they were going to use it as a backup plan, but then Hitler killed himself.
Yeah, that is the long and the skinny of it as far as Tsunade and his exposition. And then we get Rukio rolling up on Hongo's bike, I
Yes.
guess.
Yeah, because it was in the shop.
In just the neatest little outfit. It's
Yeah.
a good outfit. I
it's
almost
quite
feel like
nice.
that outfit is too
This-
good for her.
This
Honestly.
episode... Oh, yeah,
For
go
just
ahead.
a second, could I go back just to recap? Like, so the commander is explaining the treasure, and I want to just say, for whatever reason, once again, we just have like this very quiet track of like actual Hitler speech
Yep.
in the background.
Yes. As he's going over the Hitler plan with some more pictures of Hitler, just in case you forgot.
Yeah, and forget, in
Yes.
case you didn't know what, if you forgot what Hitler looked like between last episode and now, it's this guy, this one right here with the silly mustache.
Okay,
Oh.
sorry. Back to Ruriko and her great looks.
Great looks.
As we get to Rudiko, I'd like to point out, even though he has a 600 IQ, he never notices he's being tracked.
Never.
No,
It
yeah,
happens
Chameleon Man is still
every
super
episode.
looking.
But his cyborg ears.
Doesn't
He's got cyborg
matter
ears,
apparently.
Master of
And
Stealth
even
Chameleon Man.
Ruriko can just, like, find him on a bike.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure how they located him, but whatever, I guess.
Shrug.
Because they didn't kidnap Tachibana and Ruriko this time, so it was just sort of
No, I
maybe
think-
their mistake on that one.
She literally says, "So I followed you on the motorcycle." So she was tracking Shocker this entire time.
This moment is incredible to me because honest
It's
to
so
God,
good.
it is Ruriko's like entire redemption. She comes in and saves the fucking day with
Yep.
with the bike. It was like she doesn't like they I can't I'm just overcome with emotion. This episode rules.
It's,
good.
it's a very good episode.
Because
there's a lot of great stuff in this episode.
It kind of goes down with her being a damsel again a little later. But up until that point, she is an active force of positive help to their cause. She brings the bike back. She splits up to inform Tachibana and like get on this plan where they're gonna bait and switch some stuff. She acts as bait on purpose as opposed to just leading the enemy to them. Like it's Ruriko kicks some ass. in
Ruriko
her
does
own
good
way.
work this episode.
And then
Yes.
as they just leave her though.
Yeah,
But also,
they
also
definitely
she
just
has to walk.
abandon her.
She super has to walk though because he takes the bike and goes.
Honko takes the
There's,
bike
like,
and
a-
the commander loads him
She
up,
went-
and then it's just like, okay, bye. And like I don't think the actress really intended it, but she kind of almost has this look of like, oh, okay.
Oh,
They just linger on her face for a little bit as her smile just fades away. It's so good.
She just looks so dejected, like, oh, Hongo-kun.
Well, okay, I guess I'll hitchhike.
Which, I mean, like, I understand why he did it, because he's like, I'm gonna get this kidnapped guy back to his daughter,
Yeah.
and then go, like, set up to do Kamen Rider shit.
It would just be cool. It would have been nice if she had a car.
Yeah.
Or something. I don't
He-
know. They just sort of leave her on the road.
He could have
It's so
called her.
weird.
Well, I guess he would
It's
have
just
been wary
understood
of
that she
calling her
will
a
find a way
taxi at this
back.
point.
That's
Called-
fair. Oh gosh, what would you have done? She really does just have to walk.
Yeah, I mean, or hope there's a bus. It's Japan. They've
Hongo's
got a good
just-
train system, I hear.
Hongo's just like, go to Osaka, and she's like, okay.
Well, I think they're in
and then they just
Osaka.
take her motorcycle without asking, and they're going to Osaka.
Are they? That was something that wasn't quite clear. I thought they were already in Osaka.
Dr.
I think
Oyama, or who we believe to be Dr. Oyama, or who Shocker believes to be Dr. Oyama. Ooh, that was a little confusing. Sorry.
Yeah.
The ruse involving, quote, Dr. Oyama is in Osaka.
Yeah, well, because that's where the university where Oyama works is. But I guess
We might have been in Tokyo?
maybe. Well, no, because we clearly leave. I'm pretty sure part of the reason there's that establishing shot of Fujisan is to, like, let people know, like, hey, we are leaving Tokyo now. Because even I know, even like in the truck, Hongo, like, he questions, like, why are they going so far down this one specific road? Like, where are they going? Where's the Shocker headquarters? So I'm pretty sure they're outside of Tokyo at this point, but I don't know if it's ever established where they are.
Well, it says, Lake Biwa? I forget how to pronounce
Oh, yeah.
Japanese. Which is, not near Tokyo at all.
Well, so there you go, at least.
Or not near Osaka at all either, huh?
Well, they're probably not in Osaka because Hongo does explicitly say to Ruriko, head to Osaka,
And
ahead
Oh.
of me and with the boss.
And
Yeah.
True, he does, doesn't he?
You
So
just
they
go
just-
there and I'll go over here.
Yeah, I guess she
Wait.
just takes a
There's no
train
way
or something.
We are not great with Japanese geography.
It doesn't matter a whole lot.
Yes.
Yeah.
We can move on, I think.
So yeah, I
Probably.
believe the next scene after
The
this.
Shigaken prefecture. There we go.
Thank you. I believe the next scene right after this is, we have the Chameleon Man, Grim Reaper Chameleon is spying on Dr. Oyama and his assistant as they are working with the Nazi box. And, we see, I believe, I think it's supposed to be implied that the Chameleon Man sees this too. But
no,
what-
it's explicit here.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah. I thought it was it was supposed to be pretty explicitly like, this is what the Chameleon Man sees as well. But we see that, surprise and disbelief, it is not actually Dr. Oyama, but Dr. Tachibana, or Mr. Tachibana, in a mustache and a pair of sunglasses that I think made him look dope, personally.
Yeah, it kind of looks sick.
It's a good look for Tachibana. But yeah, so it's revealed that instead of the actual Dr. Oyama and his assistant, it is Mr. Tachibana and Ryukyo who are there. So you can pretty safely assume that maybe the box isn't fake, but I guess I don't think they ever explicitly state that. I think they only ever explicitly state that they're waiting for Honga.
I believe so, yes. This is the scene wherein we see the return of Ruriko's greatest betrayal, exposing Tachibana's weakness when Chameleon Man and his mooks storm into the place after, quote, identifying Dr. Oyama and capture them and strikes him in his weak spot on the shoulder in the same place that Ruriko had hit him with a vase in episode 2.
It was all your fault, Rurika. No one would know about it if it weren't for you.
Shocker's got the intel. Oh, yes. was it in this scene or the next scene that that they were speaking to Tachibana and saying like, "Oh, you are actually also an enemy of Shocker."
I
want to
think
say
it's
it
when
was
they
this
bust
scene.
in.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought it was the scene, but I just thought that was really cool that the like sidekick regular people human friends of the superpowered hero actually get recognized by the villains as trouble.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's not
they're
great
part
for
of the
like
crew.
keeping them alive purposes, but it is cool to acknowledge that, like, yeah, you guys are in fact helping Takeshi Hongo. I do want to roll this scene back just a little bit, because there has to be an initial infiltration that is done by the Chameleon Man.
Yep.
Oh,
Which
yes, I'm so sorry.
Gives us
Yep.
like my favorite special effect, because Chameleon Man, he done walks up the side of the building using that old famous classic Spider-Man trick of, we're gonna lay down like a piece of cardboard or whatever that looks like the side of the building, or I guess we're gonna green screen you just kind of crawling across the floor and then superimpose it onto the side of the building so that way it looks like you're crawling up. But I love that effect
It's a lot
every time I
simpler
see
than
it.
that. It's crawling on the floor and we tilted the camera.
Crawling on the floor, tilted the camera.
Batman in the 60s did it plenty.
Yep.
And
But I
I'd
love
also
that
just
effect.
like to commend that the use of lighting here is actually really good.
Yeah.
It's just like he slowly climbs up. It's rather intimidating. It's just like,
and
damn.
then continuing with like giving a really good intimidating aura. He like, there's a bit where you see like his head and his hands come up, and he presses his hands against the glass, and it just like shatters, and it's such a
Yes.
dope effect.
God.
Yeah, yeah.
The
right
Chameleon
after
Man
that.
rules. He's
Chameleon
like,
Man's
he
the
is
best.
he is so far the scariest, the smartest.
Basically, what I'm
Shocker
hearing
guy?
is that we may need to change our various icons to Chameleon Man.
You're right.
Yes.
Yeah, he's definitely gonna be our next rotation.
Yeah, for a bit, I think. As much as we loved you, Spider-Man, and your tinkly fingers.
Oh, you've been outclassed
Yeah,
severely.
severely.
Far.
As much as we loved the foam darts, like, the level of expertise shown by the Chameleon Man has yet to be matched. We'll see. Maybe B-Woman will just wipe the floor with Chameleon Man. But I
So
doubt it,
excited.
because she only gets one episode.
Yeah.
Yeah. Chameleon Man had a whole scheme that he was backing, a treasure hunt.
Yeah.
There's also a fantastic scene with Rico just exclaiming hands at Chameleon Man in an old super close up. And the Chameleon Man's like, don't be surprised about this. And that's yeah,
It's your boy.
and that's
Well,
where with what B was saying, where everyone else is just enemy of Shocker. It's a really good scene. Just
Now, I forget, this isn't the scene where they tried to open the box, right?
So no, they kidnap them and take them back to base, but the box revelations do come once they do that.
It's fucking... Yes. So they take...
The 4D chess
Yeah,
starts really coming into play.
So they take Rukio and Tachibana back to the base. They go to Dr. Heinrich and his small Nazi emitter, and he uses it to open the box. And they open the box, and lo and behold, it is empty. And my boy Tachibana goes the fuck off on these Nazis.
You fools.
You fucking
Of course we figured it out.
dipshits.
That was 26 years ago. We have better technology now. We figured it out in like a fucking second.
Dumbass motherfuckers. You're so stupid, you fucking Nazis.
I'm gonna bite my own tongue so you never get any more information out of me.
Fucking,
and then they knock
yeah,
him out.
Tachibana goes in this scene. It's fucking...
you thought perfect caked up man Hongok with his 600 IQ juicy brain wouldn't even crack the code? You
fucking
thought
morons.
wrong.
Moronic
fools.
Nazis.
Absolute fools.
Stupid-ass fucking... Your enemy is a guy who has 600 IQ because you specified that, you dumbass motherfucker.
Oh, Takeshi Hongo facts. I love it. This is good trivia. Oh.
So yeah, so
Oh yeah, that they're super surprised about being hostages.
Huh?
you're gonna take us hostage?
Oh my god,
It's like
I love it
you're all-
because even though they're like already kidnapped for some
Yeah,
reason,
right.
like Tachibana just thought they would kill them or something, and then he's like, "You won't take me hostage. I'll kill myself," and he tries to bite his tongue off.
Yeah, he's like,
They
I
grab him
bite
by the
my.
face.
It's so raw. It's so raw. Tachibana goes in and stays in this whole scene. He's like, I bite my tongue off and die before I became a hostage for Shocker. But they're
What
like,
a
no,
real
we're gonna take
one.
you hostage and use you to lure out Takeshi Hongo because, you know, bad
I'd
guys.
rather die than betray my bro.
Fucking yeah. Tachibana is a real one.
Yeah.
Love it. They're just like, then Chameleon Man's like, yo, meet me up at this amusement park.
Yeah, he's like, I've got your friends.
This
I
will be
know
the
you've
stage
got
for
my
a
map.
battle.
Meet me at the old site of the World's Fair if you want to
Oh,
see him again.
Senri Expo Land.
I guess we didn't really clarify the contents of the box were in fact another map
Oh yes, yeah.
Yeah.
to
Yes.
another buried treasure.
To Hitler's secret treasure, which we will.
Yeah.
I mean, if you've seen the GIF, you know exactly what Hitler's secret treasure is. And if you haven't, then you're gonna learn. But yes.
But first,
So Hongo is invited to Expo Land to exchange the map for Ryukyo and Tachibana, which I don't remember actually ever seeing Ryukyo or Tachibana in that scene. Are we kind of just to assume that they aren't there? No, never mind. I'm sorry. I just remembered they're tied up at the top of that one tower.
yeah, we think they're
Yes.
tied up under a bag, but we find out in the fight that they're fake
actually-
hostages.
yeah, fake
Surprise,
hostages.
it's more mooks.
And before the fight, it starts with Hongo has some new powers, as in a remote-controlled motorcycle.
Yes.
Yes.
We find out
Yes.
that Hongo now has a
love
belt, or like a little doodad on his belt that remote controls his bike. Because we gotta expand the powers for when the inevitable playset comes out.
Oh, it was so incredible. Also completely not important whatsoever, but like when we like the very first like opening shot of the park, there's like this poster of a boxer and he's got like some weird Yaranaika face, and that I just want to remark on that. That's all I had
That
to
boxer
say on
poster
that.
was really
That's
good.
Very good.
really good faces, Twitter material.
But yeah, so we start to fight with Shocker. We get everyone's favorite, like, not every Sentai will get every Sentai / Kamen Rider will get one of these, but like every other Sentai or Kamen Rider, we get a fight in an amusement park on a roller coaster track, and it's awesome every time. It's always
I
good.
don't see why.
Except this time, I guess worth noting, Takeshi Hongo is not in Kamen Rider mode. He arrives on the scene doing this crazy shit,
Yeah.
still as Takeshi Hongo.
Yeah.
Yes.
He doesn't. I don't think he turns into Kamen Rider until he tries to go save Tachibana and Ryukyo, right?
Yes,
Yeah, that's the crux of it.
he rides his bike up like 7 flights of stairs, and he fights a bunch of people on the roller coaster tracks, and then he sees that they're tied up on a tower. He climbs by foot up the tower, still as Takeshi Hongo,
Super fast.
super fast, and unveils them, and it turns out Chameleon somehow made it there just as quickly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
somehow
And-
Chameleon has
Weird.
gotten there before him.
Suddenly we're hit in the face with the realization Hongo is hero shy. He hasn't unveiled his identity to everybody, so he's like, oh no, I can't transform. Ruriko doesn't know that I'm Kamen Rider.
Which, like,
And this is a problem, apparently.
yeah, apparently this is an issue. I didn't even know
Despite-
that she didn't know.
Yeah.
It's really
We just
fascinating
kind of
because
figured.
Because why would she even be
She-
helping him then if she doesn't know?
She
she
goes to
followed
him for
to
help.
the Nazi base.
Yeah.
She followed him to the Nazi base.
It's just like, nah, it's just a personal problem. What?
I guess she got knocked out that very first episode when he transformed, and that's like her whole thing is just like, I guess she's never seen him transform for some reason.
Yeah, I mean, I guess she's not usually there when he does it, so I suppose it makes some modicum of sense.
Why is that? But why is that important? Tachibana's privy.
I don't. Yeah.
You're all embroiled in Kamen Rider's greatest foe. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, that's the other thing is like
Transform, my dude.
Shocker talks about Kamen Rider all the time, so like you would think a parallel would be drawn at some point between my cool friend Takeshi Hongo, who loves to beat up Nazis, and these Nazis who keep talking about this guy Kamen Rider who keeps beating their asses wholesale.
Remember when Kenji figured it out?
Yeah.
Yeah.
through one touch. And he was
Through
like,
a head pat, right? He's like, "Whoa, you head pat me just like Kamen Rider." Not me,
Not
kid.
me.
Couldn't
I'm
be.
different.
Not me.
I'm not as cool and sexy as that guy.
Yeah. I heard fucking Takeshi Hongo, he's got like perfect, suave, super coiffed hair. It never gets ruined.
I heard Takeshi Hongo's got an 8-pack. I heard he's
Takeshi
shredded.
Hongo's shredded. I heard the dude's got a fucking Pringles can in his pants.
Stop! We can't!
Hongo more like Hongo Conda.
I thought that's not where I thought you were going with that, but I thought you were gonna say Hongo, more like Hongo.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah, that's what I was also thinking.
And I've been
Oh, what? Anyways,
I've
ready
been
to go.
tainted by BT
Oh no, this is on the
BizCliz.
podcast.
We have to proceed.
Yeah, we must. Go for you can't
Yeah.
do that.
Anyway, we get some fantastic cinematography of under the they're fighting on the grates of the This is going back a tiny bit.
Yeah.
They're fighting on the grates of the roller coaster, and you see them like tilt the camera up, so it's like from a below shot. It's just
It looks really cool,
nice.
yeah. And then we
It's very
do that same thing for Takeshi climbing the tower as well, except also we tumble the camera in our hands a little bit too.
Just
Just flip
being
it over,
Spin.
and then they just put him in a net and they throw him off.
Yeah, and then they chuck him
Tower?
off a
Yep,
building.
they yeet him off a building. Where I believe it is. Yeah, it's he transforms in midair after they yeet him off a building, but then he's just not
Swims.
there when they go to like follow up on him, and they're like, now we have the map, and now we're going to go to where Hitler's secret treasure is.
Yeah,
And so
let's go get it.
they follow the map into the near. I guess the reason the forest is nearby is because they at least knew enough to know that like the treasure is hidden somewhere near the old world's fairgrounds, and so that's why they were like, meet us here. I'm just
Sure, why
gonna
not?
I'm gonna give them the benefit of the doubt on that one. So they go to a nearby forest, and they're like, over here, this is the place where the secret treasure is supposed to be. And this is where the infamous gift shows up. If you know it, you know it, and if you don't, you're about to learn it. So Dr. Heinrich and the Chameleon Man start digging up the spot where the treasure is supposed to be with their bare hands.
No shovels, no other goons.
Yeah, they don't have any of the
Wait.
goons help either. It's just two dudes digging in the dirt with their bare hands.
They spent all their budget on the nuclear bombs.
Yeah, probably. But so they dig up this treasure with their bare hands, and they find like it can really only be described as like a Nazi casket, huh?
Is just a Nazi
Yeah.
coffin.
Yeah, it's
I thought it was gonna be like Hitler's body or
the
something.
corpse of
and
Hitler.
They were gonna go all Wolfenstein on it
yeah,
again.
Mecha Hitler. But no, so they find they find a Nazi coffin, and they're like, here it is, Adolf Hitler's secret treasure. And they open the lid, and what should be inside but Takeshi Hongo, the Kamen Rider.
Just lying in there, and he
He's
just,
and he jumps out like, "What's up, you fucks?"
just completely punks them.
It's the greatest because he reburied himself.
Yeah, that's
Yes,
the best part.
He proceeds to explain how, yes, in fact, I did bury myself in this coffin, and yes, in fact, I found this coffin before you and took its treasure. What did I do with it? I tossed it into the fucking ocean.
Yeah,
Nobody gets this treasure ever again.
No blood money for Nazis.
Yeah, no blood money for Nazis.
For nobody.
The way that's the other thing too, is the way he says it kind of implies that maybe it wasn't even a thing, and it was maybe just like actually $3 trillion in there. And he was just like, and I took it and I yeeted it into the river. No one will ever get this money.
Good for you.
Yeah, I was gonna say, the hell, I'm not gonna lie. If I was a superhero and I dug up $3 trillion Nazi dollars, I'd probably keep it. That's a lot. That's a lot of money.
He doesn't need
We
it.
can't all be as steel resolved as Hong.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
I
art
would.
is beautiful.
I have to do better.
Yeah. There's a lot you can do with that money. I think I'd be remiss to literally just throw it away, but I really admire his resolve.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was just like, no, this money. Specifically, he says that money has been tainted by the evil of humankind.
Yeah. That's some raw shit. Like, he's just like, no, we cannot have this. This is cursed.
Yeah, cursed evil blood money. I won't stand for it. So
And then we fight.
Yeah, we fight. Of course, we must fight. We murder a bunch of mooks with swords in this one. We get to
Yeah, I
watch
think
Takeshi
there's, like,
Hongo dual wield. That's
4?
awesome. That rules.
Yes. Oh my god.
Oh.
He takes somebody's sword and then like parries another guy. The sword flies up into the air and he just lets it land in his other hand and just starts going air flint on everybody.
It's so dope.
It's insane.
And then we get to
Swashbuckling.
yeah, absolutely buckling swashes. We get a short little sword fight with the Chameleon Man. We get Chameleon Man trying to use his tongue powers that we didn't learn about until like 15 minutes ago that he has.
Yeah, no, he kept that in reserve.
He really did. He kept that one in the back pocket for a while.
He's not usually a fighter, I guess. It's a secret move.
Yeah. So we get some I'm gonna call it tongue stuff and then immediately feel bad about it. But we get some
Yep.
tongue stuff.
It's better than what I put in my notes.
Oh god. What'd you put in your notes?
All caps, tongue action.
Oh dear. Okay. I didn't
Squeezing.
really.
Point.
I did not
Squeezing
comment.
for tongue action.
It was literally
It
that.
was, yeah, it was just literally tongue
It
action.
was an action. It was an action scene. This person was using his tongue as a sword.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yes.
And
We apologize, B. We know you wanted this to be a Christian podcast.
I've already tainted everything.
I have a word.
You better keep that word to yourself.
I probably
I'd like to hear
should.
that word.
Silence.
Please be nice to B. Please do not out my friend to B.
Camellia linguist.
No.
Burn it down. That's it. Wrap it up. We're done. I hope you enjoyed this podcast, which will never be returning. This is
Yeah.
our final episode. Goodbye, everybody.
This is the final episode. Join us tomorrow for the beginning of our new podcast, Ride Me to Hell, where Action Shakespeare makes us all die with bad puns about Kamen Rider. But no, so we get tongue action.
Okay, we're back here.
And then no, I'm just trying to explain the fight. We get some nice synced up choreographed stunts with the casket lid, and then we get probably one of my favorite endings against an enemy of all time, because we have Kamen Rider and the Chameleon Man jump at each other. Kamen Rider like grabs Chameleon out of the air and like throws him onto the ground. Rider kicks him, and Chameleon Man survives. So fucking Takeshi Hongo's like, all right, you survived the Rider kick. Let's see you survive this one. And he busts out the new patented Rider chop. And I love the effect that they did for that.
Yeah.
Because they just like put the camera directly on him. And then I guess they have him like chop a piece of glass or like a mirror or something. So basically, he just judo chops this dude so hard he shatters. It fucking rules. It's like, it's hard to explain. You have to just go watch it.
It's that
So
thing that
bad.
happens when you die in first person in Metal Gear Solid, where the bullet just impacts the screen and breaks it.
Yeah.
It's like he just chops the entire audience, just like shatters.
It's such a dope effect. I love it, and I hope the writer chop comes back. Also, I appreciate it because this is one of the earliest examples, or one of the earlier examples besides writer scissors, of like just other writer techniques being used. Because I know,
And then we cut back. Oh,
I was gonna say, I know as we get into some of the series in like the 80s, like late 70s, early 80s, the writer punch becomes popularized, to my understanding. But you know, I didn't know how prevalent anything that wasn't the writer kick was early on. So it's nice to learn about stuff like writer chop and writer scissors.
Gotta keep it fresh.
Yeah, gotta
Yeah.
keep it fresh.
Very fresh.
You were gonna say Gopher?
I was just gonna move on to the next scene if everyone's alright.
Oh
with that.
yeah, I think we
Yes.
are ready to shimmy on along. Which I believe the next scene is in the.
Hospital, I think.
No, I think that actually the
It's in
next
the
scene
cafe,
is
I
straight in the
believe?
cafe. Yeah, where we are
maybe the
celebrating Yumi getting out of the hospital. She's made a full recovery.
I
Yay!
think it's her birthday. I don't know.
And then Hongo just bails
Just leaves.
halfway through this party.
Yeah.
This is such a 1-2 punch of things.
This is
Takeshi Hongo remembers he's a freak
yeah.
and has this little moment of ditching the party to go angst.
Right. Yeah. Even the little girl is wants to be like.
It's like, oh, where's Hongo? He's
Yeah.
like,
I think she
I'm
mentions
doing my Bruce
that
Banner
he-
walk.
Yeah, I think she either mentions that he like got her a new model, or like he mentioned something about Hongo helping her, and she wants to go like she like turns to thank him because he was standing behind her initially.
He's gone.
And he's just gone. Oh, where is he gone? And yeah, he does. He's off doing his sad Bruce Banner, "I'm a freak and no one will love me" walk. But
And
then
Oh,
This might just be the wildest juxtaposition in the series thus far, as he smiles and looks over and sees two small puppies.
just the two little guys.
And then there's a narration. Takeshi Hongo has foiled Shocker's evil scheme, as he said. It says as he picks up his first puppy, while enduring the pain of his cyborg existence. It says as he picks up his second puppy. He continues to fight against evil. It says as he walks away
Two
with these
puppies.
puppies, he just
He just fights two dogs.
He is all smiles too.
He's so
he picks
happy.
up these puppies, and I mean, as you would expect, if you were a person in this position of just picking up two puppies, he is just happy as a clam
He's
and just walks
fucking-
off into the sunset.
Please, this punch
That's the
tickled
end.
pink.
Ditched this little girl's recovery birthday party to hang out with a couple
Two dogs.
puppies.
my final
Big
note.
mood.
Yeah.
My final note is abandoned kid pet puppies.
yes.
Yeah,
That's the
honestly.
moral of the story. Honestly, he went through all these great lengths, and in the end, we find out puppies are just better.
Yeah, puppies are really good. Get a
Puppies are
dog,
good.
everybody.
Puppies bad. Pet puppies.
I agree.
Moral of Kamen Rider.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
And that's episode 7.
Yeah,
That is
that's
episode
That's
six.
episode 7.
I've got bad news for everyone. This is probably bordering on about 4 hours.
This is a long ass recording.
Remember when I
It'll be 90 minutes.
I have said a few times when advertising the first episode, we did a special, extra long episode of Kamen Rider for our very first viewing. I am Bobo the Clown.
Yeah, well, you're all Bobo the Clown. Hey, remember back
the-
in the fucking announcement / cast reveal stream when I was like, we're gonna aim at episodes being like a 45 minutes to an hour?
Maybe an hour and a half.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, maybe we'll try to
We're
be more succinct in the
we're
future, but
fucking stupid idiots.
we have so
didn't
much
know.
to say.
We didn't know there's so much to talk
Hey.
about.
There really is a lot to talk about in this series.
If you enjoy us unpacking every single scene, please let us know. Are we rambling too much? Should we not have 4-hour episodes in the
Yeah,
future?
if you want us to shut the fuck up, please let us know.
Please give me $8,000 to shut up every month.
yeah,
No,
buy
but
my
that-
salad.
In
Yeah.
all seriousness, we would love any feedback if you have any for
Yes,
us.
please.
Yeah, please, if you, really, any critiques, comments, if you're just enjoying the show, anything like that, you can tweet at us at oh god, shit, I did the thing.
First ride pod.
Yeah, thank you, First Ride Pod. I said I was gonna make sure it was prepared for this week, and then 2 weeks happened, and so I forgot. But yes, please
7.5 hours later.
please
Yes.
tweet at us at First Ride Pod, or you can leave comments on the YouTube channel, on the video versions of the podcast, at our channel, Longtime Watcher, First Time Writer, where we upload the YouTube version of the podcast. You can check us out on SoundCloud at Longtime Writer, First Time Watcher, podcast as well. Currently, SoundCloud and YouTube are the only places where we are uploading. Currently, we are still working on trying to get a website with an RSS feed up, so that way you can subscribe to that RSS feed directly if you would like, or check us out on Apple Podcasts or Spotify Podcasts if we are approved for those sites. When the time comes, we will try to get that set up, and we will make sure that you let us know. Otherwise, if you want to just catch up with us and the things that we are doing individually, you can find me on Twitter at KingFats95.
Is that our opening?
Yeah, well, I was going to say, does anybody also want to plug their Twitter?
Oh, you can find me at bdropsart on Twitter.
You can find me at that gal in the hat.
And you can find me at whalegopher.
But with all of that being said, thank you very much for joining us for this episode of Longtime Watcher, First Time Writer. Sorry.
We're sorry.
Yeah, we're sorry that we're like this. We're sorry that the episode is so long. We'll try to do better in the future.
I hope you had fun
Imagine.
with us.
Yeah, if you really
Episode
stuck
3
around
comes out,
for
it's
the
5
full
hours
thing,
long.
you're a trooper. You're a real one. Hit me up on the Twitter. I'll get you a cookie or a pizza or whatever. We love you. Thank you very much for joining us.
Hey, before we go, real quick,
Go ahead.
what's our kill count at?
Oh yes, let's update that kill count, huh?
Oh, goodness.
If we have it.
Okay, well, normally I confirm these afterwards, but
Oh,
let's
I'm
see.
sorry. I thought you were cheating.
Well, yeah, but I could have the numbers wrong. So, we had, let's see.
Tentative kill count, I guess.
We have
We can-
6, 7, 8, 9, 10 in episode 7. A shocking amount of them.
Shocking.
1, 2, 3. Wait. There's 3 or wait. There's 4 or 5 in episodes. No, sorry, 3 or 4. Episode 6. Cannot confirm. Until I go back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7 in episode 5. And let's see, 1, 2, 3? 3 in episode 4?
Okay.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
That is a tentative. I lost track.
It is a tentative 3
14?
plus 3 plus 6, 9 plus I'm just going to lowball the ones I'm unsure of. Plus 3, so 12. So approximately, oh my god, like 22?
Is that just for Takeshi?
That's
No,
yeah,
that-
That's,
Um,
oh,
that's all depth
Okay.
7 of those are, or actually, 7, at least 11 of those are Takeshi, though.
Yes, most of those should be Takeshi's. There's only a couple that.
So
are
wait, we're at
not.
22 for these 4 episodes?
I think
22
so.
deaths. Yeah.
Okay, because
22 deaths,
that
I
bumps
think.
us up to 49 total
30.
deaths in the first
It's
7
because-
episodes.
I'm going to have to go back, but I think there's just a lot of deaths marked down for episode 7. We had a guy who got kneed
Yeah.
to death. We got 2 guys thrown off the rail.
Hongo
and then
realized
during-
that his kill count was looking a little low.
Yes.
Those 2 guys off the rail are definitely dead.
Oh, yeah.
That's for sure.
And in the confrontation after Kamen Rider emerges from the treasure coffin, he slashes 4 mooks and he stabs 2. And then there's also Chameleon Man himself.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Yeah, that tracks. So tentatively, we are at 49 total deaths in the first 7 episodes. We will get you the
To
breakdown
be corrected.
as to which are Hongo deaths and which are Shocker deaths. Obviously, later on the Twitter, you can check out for that. And then, of course, the official announcement will be on the next episode. So join us for that. Next episode, as I mentioned previously, we're going to be going back to the 3-episode formula. So we will be watching episodes 8, 9, and 10, Strangeness Bee Woman, The Terrifying Cobra Man, and The Revived Cobra Man. So if you, of course, want to follow along with us, you've got about 2 weeks to go ahead and get that done. But thank you very much, everyone, for listening. I hope that you had a wonderful time, and we will see you next time. Bye-bye.
Bye, everyone.
Good night.
Hey,
Bye?
wait a minute.
Wait.
Yeah.
Probably
give it-
good night, given
What's
how
it?
long this is.
Yeah, good night
That's our
for sure.
catchphrase.
But yeah, I remembered to remind all of our lovely listeners that if you can't believe in God and you can't believe in Buddha, you can always believe in Kamen Rider.